Right. Welcome to Wednesday, November 18th meeting of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Monica. We are all here. Commissioner Parry will be a little late this evening, and the first question of order will be the Pledge of Allegiance. I was going to ask Attorney Rosenbaum to lead us. Perhaps he might like to join us on the dais and do so. Mr. Rosenbaum. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Could we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi,
Here.
Commissioner Fresco,
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Present.
Commissioner Newbold,
Here.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Here.
and Chair McKinnon.
Present.
And Commissioner Perry is not yet here.
The Planning Director's report.
Yeah, I wanted to mention a couple of upcoming items at the City Council with planning-related issues. One is on November 24th, the City Council will review the plan for the Lincoln Boulevard improvement project. Also, the same evening, they will look at a couple of parklets on Main Street. It's a pilot program that staff is recommending. And then on December 8th, the development agreement for the Norms project will go before the City Council. So that's the project at 1601 Lincoln that the Commission saw a couple months ago. And then also that same night, there's an appeal for the 710 Wilshire project. So that's the hotel project. It was approved a couple years ago, but they were required to go through a a design review that was a combination of planning or of landmarks commissioners and ARB members. And they ended up not getting approval through that process, so they've appealed that decision to City Council. So because it was a combined Landmarks Commission and ARB board, the appeal goes to the City Council instead of the Planning Commission. So again, that will be on December 8th. And then on December 15th, the Council will consider the San Vicente Historic Courtyard District ordinance. And then for the Planning Commission on December 2nd, the policy discussion on the pedestrian action plan and also an update on the progress of the bike plan implementation. And then on December 16th, we have regular development review items. There's a development review permit for a mixed-use project at 3008 Santa Monica. And that's a project that was previously a development agreement. Because of the new zoning ordinance, they're able to proceed as a development review permit. And so that's coming before you as a DR permit. And that concludes my report.
Any questions? Commissioner Anderson? You looked as though you wanted to ask a question. Okay, fine. Any Planning Commissioner announcements? Commissioner Newbold? No. Okay.
I rode the breeze from my house to the Miramar to have some drinks the other night.
Excellent. Excellent. Anyone else? Approval of the minutes, we have none. Statements of official action, we have 2 statements of official action. Both require 4 votes of commissioners who are present at that meeting. Commissioner Anderson and myself were not. It's 7A, 142 Hollister Avenue. Do I have a motion?
I have a comment.
Please.
Of course, it's buried. You have to just give me a second. I was emailing a little bit with staff today, but I was trying to clarify this second finding. I felt that I guess it kind of says what we wanted to say, but I felt that the lack of articulation both failed. Are we all listening here? Yeah.
Don't worry about those 2.
I won't worry. Well, this is
This is our staff
okay.
attorney.
I don't care about them. Never mind. I felt that the lack of articulation made the finding both for the ARB issue and also for the broader loose and preservation issue that is talked about in the second finding. And so I just felt that it would be stronger and clearer and more specific if we articulated that. So I was wondering if maybe the city attorney wanted to speak to us about whether or not she feels that would help clarify and make it more on the point of what we were saying.
Okay, I'll see if I can start and then maybe ask Mr. Traeger if he can help me jump in if I don't answer the question fully. In general terms, as you are all aware, the STOA does need to be reflective of the record as a whole and the action that the commission took. I believe when looking at the two criteria that the commission chose, staff's review of it, particularly finding D, determined that the loose and historic preservation element aspects were more appropriately addressed under finding A. And I believe that since that was how it was all tied in, the articulation and the historic preservation aspects of it were tied into finding A as opposed to D, which is a narrower finding related to ordinances that are outside of the Architectural Review Board ordinance, as opposed to other enacted city items such as the loose, which is not an ordinance, as you know, but a general plan. Does that help make things more clear?
I think. I don't think I understood what you just said. I'm sorry.
Okay. So finding D, if you read the actual language of the ARB ordinance, right, it doesn't really address the historic preservation element or the loose. So those aspects of your discussion and your findings, we placed under finding A. Now, I think you had a question about whether or not I'm sorry, could you please explain what your concern was about not having it in D again?
It just sort of, it says specifically, it says that it doesn't conform to those guidelines for the ARB.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says specifically the design does not adequately consider the city's preservation criteria in the landmarks ordinance, which includes actions of the ARB and the Planning Commission on appeal. And it just seemed sort of circular, and I felt like we needed to say specifically what about it was not in keeping with the things we were supposed to be following. It just says it's not conforming because it doesn't conform, is what I read.
I understand what you're saying. Okay.
So I just wanted to add something because the first one talks about the design removes things and removes openings and does not have articulation and permeability. And so the second time I wanted to articulate that same lack of articulation is also not consistent with this historical building type and also not consistent with the historical record we have documenting this particular building.
Okay. Now that I understand your question, I apologize. I think we would need to go back and make sure that was part of the record with respect to this finding. But if it is, then I believe we could add it. So if you would like to maybe continue this item and staff can go back and review the record and bring it back.
That's what we should do. Thank you.
Could I have a motion to continue?
I move to continue the STOA for 142 Hollister.
Seconder.
I'll second.
Second.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Hearing no one against, we will continue 7A to a date in the future. 7B is the statement of official action for 1919 Santa Monica Boulevard, Development Review 1402. I have a speaker, Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, would you like to come to the podium and speak now, please? You will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, thank you. My name's... The mic's not on. There we go. Good evening, thank you. My name's Andrew Hoyer. I'm president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. I was here on the night that this was before you the last time, and I distinctly recall there being a discussion about requiring them to put solar panels on the roof. Now, I read the document online. Maybe I'm missing something. The only thing I saw was that they were going to allow solar water heaters would be allowed on the roof, but other water heaters would not be. That's the only word solar mentioned in that whole document. So I'm just curious as to what happened to that plan for solar. I did send an attachment. I can't show it to you now, but it showed an overview of their roof, and 25% of the roof is taken up with their AC system, and that's centralized. The other 75 to 80% of the roof is wide open for solar. So for them to stand here before you and say that it wasn't possible was a blatant lie or willful ignorance. But I would like that wording reinserted into their document. And otherwise, I have no complaints. Thank you.
Ms. Fresco, the Commissioner Fresco.
I took some notes that day. And what I think happened, and maybe you can confirm, is that Mr. Hoyer presented his images of the roof, and after he spoke, Mr. Rand explained that, well, maybe they could put some solar up there, and maybe they could put some electric car charging stations in there. But I think we determined that because this wasn't new construction, that it couldn't be a requirement, and that they would do that, but that it wouldn't be required in the findings.
Mr. Martin.
Yes, that's correct. And yeah, there certainly was a discussion about it, but it was determined that the only way they couldn't be required to do it if the applicant wanted to agree to do it or offer to do it, then that would be fine. But we couldn't, through the development review process, require them to do it. Again, it's not a development agreement, it's a development review, and there wasn't a nexus to make them install the solar.
In other words, they made an offer, but it wasn't codified in the Statement of Official Action.
And it wouldn't be appropriate to put it in the statement of official action because, again, it's not a requirement.
So thank you for raising that, Mr. Hoyer, and that explains the thing, courtesy of Commissioner Fresco. Commissioner Fresco, would you like to move that?
I would like to move the STOA for 1919 Santa Monica Boulevard.
I'll second.
All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, please say no. Hearing no no's, that is carried. We now move to the consent calendar, and there are at the moment 2 items on consent. A districting map for 1419 19th Street and 525 CUP. Commissioner Newbold.
I want to propose that we move 9A to consent also.
Do we have any speakers? Just the applicant.
So we're talking about
The AMC.
8A,
Yes.
8B,
Yes. And then
and 9A.
9A. So Commissioner Newbold has suggested that 9A, the AMC theatres, be moved to consent. Are there any commissioners who do not want that to happen?
I just have a question, but I don't necessarily, I just have a quick question.
Turn your microphone on, please. And who would that be directed to?
I just have a quick question about 8B,
All right.
and maybe it would only take a minute. I'm just clarifying.
Well, what about the motion that I made? Can we
Yes.
finish that?
We can. So I hear no one speaking against. Can I have a seconder for Commissioner?
I second it.
And the motion is that 9A be moved to the consent calendar. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. 9A will be moved to the consent calendar. We're now on the consent calendar. Commissioner, you had a question.
Yep, just a clarifying question. I just wanted to have staff confirm for me the hours that 525 Broadway is asking for their outdoor patio service. The Sunday through Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday. Oh, okay. So on page 4 of the staff report, it says Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. And have those changed at all, or that's still what's being proposed?
That's still consistent with what was being proposed.
Okay, then I don't have any further questions. Thanks.
All right. Do I have a motion,
I actually have one question also.
please?
This is kind of a very small question. Why does the AMC finding conditions require low flow toilets, but it's not included in the 520 in the umami burger.
Those are for, where we are with this restaurant spaces, that it's already been permitted. So from a restaurant improvement standpoint, that permit has already been issued. So right now, we're really just focusing on the
I
conditional
see.
use
So
permit
it's
alcohol.
not. They're not putting those in now.
Right.
Okay. That's just.
All right. So we have 3 items on consent. Item 8A, which is the official districting map for 1419 19th Street. We have a conditional use permit for 525 Broadway, and we have a conditional use permit for 1310 3rd Street Promenade. Do I have a motion moving those 3 items on consent?
So moved.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, and seconded by Commissioner Newbold. I think that's a roll call vote.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi,
Here.
Commissioner Fresco. Oh,
Yes.
yes. Sorry. Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Newbold,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Chair McKinnon.
Yes, those items are carried. Thank you for the people that came this evening. We'll move on to our next item. And that is 9B, 2125 Arizona. Commissioner Newbold wishes to say something.
I am going to recuse myself of this item. I don't believe I've ever recused myself of anything since I've been on this commission. But I have to say why, right? So my husband sold this building to the applicants. And my understanding is that if it was less than a year ago, I must recuse myself. And ironically, it was a year ago today. So in an abundance of caution, I am going to step down while you work on this item.
We will miss you, Commissioner Newbold.
I'm sure you will.
So this is a conditional use permit for a landmark building, a medical building at 2125 Arizona Avenue. Could we have the report, please, from the planning
Thank you.
department?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Oops.
Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Ex parte communications. Starting from Commissioner Anderson.
Oh, let's see. I drove by this evening at about 6 o'clock, and I had a brief email correspondence with the applicant's representative about their proposed changes to the conditions.
I'm familiar with the building. I haven't gone to look at it. It hasn't changed in a while. I did speak with the representative of the developer very briefly today.
That's the question.
I received the email from the attorney, and I was asked if I had any questions, but I understood it all.
Commissioner Kennedy.
So I got the email from the applicant's representative asking if I had any questions. This was yesterday. I wrote back and asked if the Pacific Neuroscience Institute had any other locations anywhere else, including in California, and the attorney for the applicant wrote back and said no, and I said thank you. And I live somewhat near this near this property, although I live near the corner of 21st and Washington, so I don't think it's necessarily close enough. But in any case, I walk by it all the time because it's in my general neighborhood.
And I also received the email and spoke to Mr. Kazal, the attorney, this afternoon for about 3 minutes regarding this issue and whether or not they could install solar panels onto the roof. So, Attorney Rosenberg.
Yeah, just for the record, I as I always do, I check the radius maps for all of the commissioners. I noted yours. You're well outside the radius that might cause concerns.
Thank you. Okay, great. I appreciate that. 'Cause I didn't.
And now back to the Planning Department report.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. The project before you tonight is a request for a conditional use permit.
Could I just ask you to identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Michael Rohoka, Associate Planner, City Planning Division.
Welcome to the
Sorry
Planning
about
Commission.
that. Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Thank you. The project before you tonight is a request for a conditional use permit for a landmarked building to reestablish a prior existing legal non-conforming medical office use in addition to providing a transportation allowance as written and provided in the applicant's request dated November 16th, 2015 for the site located at 2125 Arizona Lake Avenue. The subject site is a city landmark building. It is located in the R2 multi-unit zone adjacent to St. John's Hospital and is located on the northwest corner of the Arizona Avenue and 22nd Street. The subject site is a 6,500 square foot lot developed with a 3-story, 9,000 square foot building with 33 on-site parking spaces. The subject property is surrounded by multi-family housing to the north, west, and the east, and St. John's is directly to the south. The building has been in the medical office use since 1947, but has been vacant since 2013. The applicant intends to reuse the building for the medical offices, which will help maintain the historical integrity of the site. The CUP will allow the reestablishment of a prior non-conforming use of a historic resource, even if that previous non-conforming use has been abandoned for more than 1 year. Also, the subject site has 33 on-site parking spaces. The applicant is not required to add like any additional spaces on site for like any conditional use of a historic resource, as long as the required number of parking spaces to be provided and maintained were the same that existed on the site on July 6, 2010. The property is currently developed with a 9,255 square foot building. The applicant proposes to add 2 bicycle parking racks at the main entrance along the Arizona Avenue, right here. A new mechanical area to the northwest corner of the site up here up in that area here. And a new landscape areas along the east side of the building near the parking lot entrance and by the mechanical area. There's going to be landscaping here along the east side near the parking lot entrance and in front of the mechanical screen area. The applicant is also proposing improvements to each of the 3 floors and basement area with no new floor area to be added and the exterior of the building to remain untouched. The proposed project is compatible in that it will be a continuation of the same use. The use has continued in the building without like any impact or complaints to the surrounding neighborhood. The site is adjacent to the HMU zone, and it is consistent with the use in encouraging historic preservation citywide. In response to the applicant's request to amend certain conditions, staff has prepared the following responses. Condition number 1, staff recommends that the Planning Commission retain this condition. As a proposed commercial use in a residential zone, these hours are to ensure neighborhood compatibility and consistency with the most recent building use. The hours of operation will apply to patients only and are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Condition number 2. This condition should be revised to read the following. The applicant shall comply with all employer provisions of Chapter 9.53, applicable based upon the number of applicants' employees. The applicant has also offered to revise the project description to include a transportation allowance consistent with the developer's requirement under Section 9.53130B2B8 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code. Condition number 3, revised this condition to read from 18 months to 24 months, and the coastal zone be stricken. Condition number 4 and number 12 retain these conditions as provided in the STOA. Since this hearing is a de novo review, here are the required findings that need to be met if the Planning Commission wishes to approve the project. Public notices were sent to all property owners and tenants within a 750-foot radius, and no comments were received as of the date of this hearing. This will conclude staff's presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Hi, just a clarification. You said condition number 9, the linkage fee is applicable, and 12 to leave condition 12 as is in response to what the applicant proposed.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
we're recommending to keep condition number 9. We have determined that the child care linkage fee is applicable.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Other commissioners, questions? Commissioner Fresco.
I guess this is really more a question for city attorney. I've been in this building, it was a long time ago, and but what I think I remember in the public hallways, which would be part of the public space of this building, that there were terrazzo floors. I'm not 100% sure I remember correctly, but would it be appropriate to add to find, in the final design conditions that public spaces like the hallways, if there are original flooring or wall or finishes or materials, that the Landmarks Commission would have an opportunity to review any changes that are made to those?
Well, I think it depends on the, as indicated, this, as you know, this is landmarked, and so I think as you know from your prior experience, that it would depend on the nature of what had been included in the landmark, but they are subject, as you know, to the certificate of appropriateness process, and so it depends on I think whether or not that was part of the protection that was accorded it. But I could look further at that. But it is a matter of the Landmark Commission review, and if it requires a certificate of appropriateness, and I believe they will be going before the Landmarks Commission. So.
Well, what I'm asking is beyond that. For example, condition 14 says that the Landmarks Commission will require the use of anti-graffiti materials, which is not something that is usually part of a certificate of appropriateness. So this would be an extra condition of something for them to look for that might fall outside of that we could ask them to look at.
I suppose it's as you know, not uncommon for this body to, when something is being reviewed by the ARB, to ask the ARB to pay particular attention. I mean, you could characterize it as that. I think that's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Rock,
Yes.
we were written to by the lawyer for the guys who were going to take this building over, and they were concerned that the Landmarks Commission would ask them to do something and the Planning Commission would ask them to do something else. Why do you believe that what you're recommending addresses a problem that they feel is real?
Well, since this is a landmark building, Landmarks Commission has the full review and authority on this actual project. So if there were to be any modifications, or if there were to be anything that they were asking for in terms of an amendment, it would have to be reviewed by the Landmarks Commission. If there were anything to the exterior of the building, obviously exterior or like anything of that nature, because it's a landmark building. They had the authority. So we didn't want to leave it, and they were asking us to possibly move it to the planning director approval for something that's a minor amendment. we can't really predetermine what's going to constitute a minor amendment or not on like an actual project. So it's hard for us to say yes, we can allow that condition when we don't even have the authority possibly, and it might have to go straight to landmarks. There are cases where projects are minor, and they can and the landmark liaison can actually approve the project at like a staff review, but that's up to him to determine that based upon the actual scope of what they're asking for.
Thank you very much.
I have one
Commissioner
other
Frisco.
question. Regarding the hours, it says that patients can only be using the building from 8 to 6. I think typically most doctors' offices do close at 6, although I can think of times in the very recent past when, you know, I've been sitting and waiting until almost 7, and you know, what happen? How does are they in violation if things drag out during the course of a day?
I mean, we allow some flexibility, I should say, in regards to that. The real reason for trying to restrict the patients only thing and to make it more just patients only is because it's consistent. One, it's consistent with what was in there prior. I think the senior healthcare use was operating under the hours of 9 to 5, right? So we want to try to keep it as consistent as we can with like what the prior use was. Now, there are going to be times where doctors are going to have to stay after. They're going to have to come in on weekends. They got to come in early. They got to stay late. Staff has to come in to help support the doctors, etc. We're not trying to put any parameters on what the doctors have access to the building. We're not saying from 8 to 5 or from 8 to 6, you do not have access. We're just saying patients, if you can schedule your patient appointments between the hours of 8 to 6, great. If you make an appointment at 6 p.m., a patient makes it at 6, and they happen to go over like an hour, or they happen to go like over like an hour and a half, where we're not probably going to be alerted. We're not going to go out there and say that you're in violation of your store or like of the statement of official action. Now, if we get enough complaints, saying that patients are leaving the premises at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m., or they're getting there at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m., then we could try to then we have more authority to regulate that. So in our eyes, it was better to put some parameters on at least the patients, so we can keep that to a minimum and keep the disruption or the like impact to a minimum.
And I would just add that, as Michael said, I mean, the idea is that because this is a conditionally permitted use, it will be a commercial use in a residential district. The idea was to, have some control over the hours to protect the residents. But it's certainly an issue that's before the commission. I mean, if you think longer hours are appropriate, that's something you can discuss. Another approach you might take is, we're thinking of, the way we've dealt with restaurants and said the last party must be sat by a certain time. You could also say that the last appointment has to be at 6 o'clock, and that therefore acknowledge that, obviously the appointment would go past that. Or you could say the last appointment must be at 5:30 or whatever it is. But I think it would be a good idea for the commission, whatever hours you settle on, to be specific about what they are, and that way we have the tools to enforce it if it becomes an issue.
Correct. Yeah.
Commissioner Kennedy.
So based on what you just explained about how it would work and, a patient maybe going a little bit over, the staff report explains that the operator wanted to operate starting at 7 a.m. But even if we conditioned the hours at 8 to 6, that's not preventing the doctor from opening up at 7:30 and getting ready for a patient that may come in at 8.
Once again, it's for patients only.
Okay.
The doctors have full access to the building at like all times. I mean, you would almost treat it as a general office use, right? Accountants, attorneys,
business hours.
they have access to their offices and buildings at like all times. So we're going to treat it the same way for the actual doctors and the actual staff. They have access to the building at like all times. It's just the patients.
The patients and the disruption from that.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
I have a question then. So do we believe that there will be minor procedures going on in this office?
I would like to leave that to the applicant maybe to address, only because I don't know the nature of what they're going to be performing there. I do know they're probably going to be having some type of surgeries. I don't know to what extent and what nature.
So typically, doctors perform surgeries earlier in the morning because both patients and doctors are in better shape for those, and it allows a longer period of recovery. Was that consideration brought to us?
That wasn't something that we discussed or considered.
Oh, well, that's enough. We can talk to them and find out.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Sure, you're welcome.
So at this stage, I think the applicant or the applicant's team has 15 minutes. Mr. Kazal.
Do you have anything to put? You're welcome. Go ahead.
Good evening. Kevin Kozel, 1256th Street. I'm appearing tonight on behalf of the applicant, Pacific Neurosciences Institute. As staff has pointed out,
Mr. Kazal, could you pull that microphone more over? Thank you so much.
Is that better?
Yes.
As staff has pointed out, the CUP application has been filed under the new zoning ordinance, section 9.27050B5. This section was adopted in response to recommendations by the Landmarks Commission and the Conservancy to encourage the reuse of landmark buildings for their prior historic use. This section, as staff has indicated, allows the reinstitution of a prior non-conforming historic use even if the building has been vacant for over a year. We did go to Landmarks Commission last week, November 9th, for courtesy review. They were very pleased with the reuse of this building. They expressed strong support for reusing it as medical office and recognized that this will help maintain the historic integrity of the building in terms of both the physical building and its use. The building was originally constructed in 1947 as a Santa Monica's doctor's building, and it's been consistently used for medical office and related purposes since then. As staff has indicated, it's been vacant since about 2013. Very much appreciate staff's work on this. I do want to respond to their responses to our request to amend conditions, but first I want to talk about two issues that have come up, and we are offering to add these as project descriptions dealing with solar panels and with bicycle parking. First, with regard to solar panels, the applicant, the Institute, is happy to put solar panels on the roof, and as many as they can. The problem is we've got certain competing interests. The architects are working with building and safety. There's certain rooftop mechanical requirements in terms of what equipment has to be up there and where it can be placed. And we understand from building and safety that if we're too close to the edge, we have to put up safety railings. The problem is that's then visible. Landmarks Commission is going to be concerned about that in the certificate of appropriateness process. So what we would suggest is a condition that says the applicant be required to provide as many solar panels as feasible, consistent with the requirements of rooftop mechanical equipment needs and code requirements, and consistent with the landmark certificate of appropriateness process. And we think that works because then the applicant and the architect can work with both building and safety and landmarks and try to maximize the solar panels while also getting the rooftop equipment they need, meeting code requirements, and not creating exterior visual problems for the Landmarks Commission. Second issue has to do with bicycle parking. An issue has come up about whether we can provide additional bicycle parking in one of the car parking spaces, and we're certainly open to that. And as staff has indicated, there's a provision in the code that says you have to provide, or landmark buildings can provide less than code required parking as long as they have the same number that existed on July of 2010. As staff points out, the last permit for this property said they required 30 parking spaces. There's now 33. So we don't know the exact number in 2010, but it was no less than 30 and no more than 33. So I think what you can do is, or we would offer a condition that says we have to provide a minimum of 30 automobile parking spaces. That would then give us the flexibility to take one or more of those above 33 and provide it for bicycle parking if there's a demand for that. Now with regard to staff's responses to our conditions, the first condition is hours. And staff is recommending that there be hours limitations on patient visits. We don't think this is necessary. We think it's contrary to the new zoning provision that encourages the reinstatement of historic uses in landmark buildings, and we're unaware of the city imposing hour limitations on any other doctor's offices in the city, and there are other doctor's offices that are adjacent to residential uses. Also, there is a condition, it's condition number 11 in the STOA, that already says the operation shall at all times be conducted in a manner not detrimental to surrounding properties. So if there was a problem, there's a condition in the STOA that addresses that. We also think that patient visits are going to be self-regulating. For the most part, patients aren't going to want appointments really early in the morning or really late at night. But there may be cases where, for example, a patient has an issue and calls up and says, can I come in early tomorrow morning? And with this condition, the doctor would have to say no, whereas the doctor might otherwise be able to say, well, I have an 8 o'clock appointment, but why don't you come in at 7 and I can fit you in before. So we think it's completely unnecessary to impose these hour conditions. They're going to be self-regulating by patients. There's already a condition in the STOA that says we have to operate in a manner that's not detrimental to surrounding properties. And we're unaware of the city imposing these type conditions on other medical offices, and we think that providing medical care should not be limited by these artificial hour restrictions. Now, staff has also mentioned that they would like to do this because it's consistent with the prior use, senior health, but that's not a requirement in the code. The code says we can reinstate a prior historic use. We don't know what the hours were back in the 1950s, so I don't think what senior health did or what they were limited by controls or limits your ability to delete that condition. So we would request that you delete condition number 1. We're in full agreement with the changes that staff has recommended on condition number 2 with regard to the TDM. We also are in full agreement with staff's changes to condition number 3. With regard to condition number 9, we respectfully disagree with staff. We think the child care linkage fee ordinance is clear that it only applies to new development. The preamble to the ordinance talks about new construction. The KMA study that was done on this talks about new construction. But if staff's interpreting it that way, we're not going to argue with that. So we're okay with condition number 9 staying. With regard to condition number 12, this is the one about landmarks review. We do think I don't think we're in disagreement with staff. We agree with staff that when this goes to the Landmarks Commission, they will have the authority to impose conditions based upon the Certificate of Appropriateness standard. What we just want to do is avoid a situation where the STOA says we have to comply with the attached plans. The attached plans say we have to have bicycle racks in the front. The Landmarks Commission says you can't have those, and now we're caught in the middle. So all we're asking is that the condition indicate that if the Landmarks Commission imposes exterior changes to the building or the plans that have been submitted, for example, moving the bicycle racks to the back, that can be approved as a minor amendment under the STOA. So I think we're saying the same thing as staff is, but we think it should just be clarified. And then finally, there was a question about the interior of the building. We think that whatever the Landmark Commission does and you do should be limited by the landmark designation. The landmark designation does designate the terrazzo flooring in the entryway as a character-defining feature, but beyond that, we have people here from the applicant's team that can address this. The inside of the building, quite frankly, is gutted. There's nothing left on the interior. The walls are gone, the flooring is gone. The only thing that's left is the terrazzo flooring, and that was done by a prior owner. So we don't think there's really a need to address that. We do have representatives of the doctors group here if you have questions about their practices or procedures. Our historic consultant, Peyton Hall, is also here, and the architect is here as well, so that we can address any questions you might have.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
with that,
Kozel.
I'll reserve the rest for rebuttal if there is any.
I'm sure. Questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Fresco.
Say we were inclined to continue to set some hours. Are there hours that the applicant might be more comfortable with?
We really don't think that our limitation is necessary, but if you do, we think the 8 to 6 is too restrictive. As some of the commissioners have mentioned, patients may show up early in the morning to get ready for a procedure, and we just don't want these artificial limitations that...
I think the question is, what time do you think is appropriate?
Well, and my response, quite with all due respect, is that we don't think any restrictions are necessary. We don't think our restrictions are necessary. But if you were, we would think, earlier in the morning and a little bit later at night. It just, it seems like it's something that's calling out for a problem that's not an issue. I mean, from personal experience, I recently had some MRIs done on my neck and shoulder, and they schedule appointments from 6 a.m. to 11 o'clock at night, and they're right next to a residential building, and it's just not an issue.
Obviously not in Santa Monica, though.
Oh, Thousand Oaks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fresco.
I was wondering if Mr. Hall wanted to tell us what he saw inside the building.
Welcome. Just identify yourself and where you're from, please.
Peyton Hall, Historic Resources Group, 12 South Fair Oaks Avenue, Pasadena.
Thank you.
On our first walkthrough, which I don't know whether it was before or after the transaction, the interior of the building was gutted 2 open wood studs, except for where the stairway area is that extends from the basement to up to the roof level, and the lobby area where the terrazzo floor remains. And those areas had plaster or gypboard finishes, but it was wide open.
That's unfortunate.
Any other commissioners would like to ask questions? Commissioner Kennedy?
So based on the plans, there's approximately 20 patient rooms. Is that correct? Patient, you know what I mean.
We're not at this point. They're still trying to figure out exactly how the interior is.
So these plans aren't accurate?
Well, the plans that originally were submitted with the application had room designations on them. The ones that we resubmitted did not have room designations. But if the doctors are here, if you have specific questions about what.
So the plans that I have, are these as they're dated October 15th, 2015, are these the plans that you plan on proceeding with? That, if I just take my pen and go dun 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 dun, I can count the number of rooms it looks like. I mean, this goes to the issue of hours. I mean, if there are 50 waiting rooms, and there are 20 to 40 patients showing up at 7 a.m. because they all have the 7 a.m. I mean, I'm just saying the little bit of I'm looking at this and looking at the rooms and thinking about the number of patients coming into this, neighborhood.
Who do you have that can answer that question for Commissioner Kennedy?
Well, first of all, if I can just say in general, it's what is being approved tonight is the use, which is medical office. For example, it's and typically the city and the commission when you approve, for example, a project that has residential units and a restaurant and retail, you designate those areas.
Right.
But typically with an office building, for example, or a medical office building, the use is approved, and at some point in the future, for example, if the doctors decide they're going to remodel the inside, they'll go to building and safety and get a tenant improvement plan approved to redo the interior. They don't have to come back to the planning commission to get your approval to change a patient room to a doctor's office, or take 2 rooms and combine them into one.
And you're saying for medical, or you're just saying generally office?
Generally, I think for medical office and office. So that's why we were concerned. We didn't want to be tied down to where we said, this particular room has to be a patient waiting room, or this particular room has to be a doctor's office. So that's why in the plans we generally showed the interior. But again, what you're approving is a conditional use permit for medical office. And we do think it's kind of self-regulating. I mean, you've got a 9,000 square foot building. There's a number of doctors that will be in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as if they can have 50 patient rooms.
I understand
but
because
yeah.
of space there is a limitation,
Right.
but at the same time, I'm going to just double check with staff on what you're saying, because at the same time, like if this were just a regular office building, we wouldn't want somebody saying, well, I'm building an office for 500 employees, but as soon as I take away all their desks, it's going to have 2,500 employees, or so. I'm going to be clarifying that with staff in a minute, and then. But thanks for answering that, because it gives me more guidance as to how we may or may not set the hours for this.
Okay, and would you like to?
Yes,
hear from
let's hear from the doctor.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Dr. Howard Krause. Let me take a moment to tell you that the Pacific Neuroscience Institute is not some corporate operation that's flying in from out of state. My associates, Dr. Dan Kelly and Dr. Chester Griffiths, who are here, and I have practiced successfully in this community, myself for 31 years, Dr. Kelly for over 20 years, Dr. Griffiths for 25 years. And our motivation to have this project is we've been doing more and more collaborative work together. To that end, I moved my practice from Santa Monica to West LA to form Pacific Eye and Ear with Dr. Griffiths when we collaborated. And the two of us were influential in also having Dr. Kelly leave UCLA to come to this community. So we've been collaborating in the care of patients with special problems. I operate behind the eyeball. Dr. Griffiths and Dr. Kelly operate along the skull base. We do novel, innovative procedures and help people who have been told by others that they can't be helped. We have found that we do our best work when we're working together. Right now, we have patients who are driving up and down the Wilshire corridor from Dr. Kelly's office to our office, and even though it's 2 miles, it sometimes will take a patient and their family 45 minutes to traverse back and forth. So for patient convenience and for us to be even more innovative in our collaborative efforts, we decided years ago that we wanted to put this project together, and the 2125 building is the perfect location for us. We're very excited about the building. We're excited about preserving it as a landmark. There still is a unique terrazzo floor in the octagonal entryway, which we're intending to maintain. And the plans that you see that are dated October 15th are genuinely our intended plans. There's ample exam space, but a lot of those rooms are doctors' office rooms, doctors' meeting rooms. So not every square inch that you see is intended to be occupied by patients.
I think Commissioner Kennedy's question, though, was directed at how many patients do you believe would be there earlier in the morning if we don't put hours on? So,
well, consider what our present practice is. And it's very rare that we would have an appointment prior to 7 a.m. or later than 7 p.m. But certainly there are cases where there are emergencies and will come in off hours. So say setting us from 7 to 7 is not restrictive, so long as there's some understanding that for emergencies or unplanned, unscheduled circumstances, there would be no restriction about meeting a patient there.
Right. Well, we would have to codify that. It's not an understanding. We'd make that clear.
Surely.
And when you say you start at 7, it's not that you have a full building of activity. There's sporadic patients, or there would be 20 doctors there looking at patients. How exactly would your practice work?
There would be only a few appointments at 7 a.m. Some of us, for example, may have a surgical procedure scheduled at St. John's.
Right.
And if we have to be in the operating room at St. John's at 7:30 or 8, we might want to give 1 or 2 post-operative patients an appointment to come see us at 7 in the morning so we can see them before we start the surgical day.
And typically, do you run later in the afternoon? Do you see many patients after 5 or 6 o'clock?
No, we're generally done by 6 o'clock, but the other problem is that if we're operating at the hospital, sometimes we'll be delayed in surgery, or sometimes there may be a greater difficulty in completing the surgery, so there may be patients waiting for us at the office. So 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is definitely not restrictive. In all likelihood, the bulk of patients would likely be seen between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m.
Doctor, I'm immensely receptive to what you're saying. It's just we also have residents who live very close, and we're
Yes.
trying to understand the scale of the issue, and you're actually diminishing the number of people you're likely to have earlier and later, which is helping out, but that's our job to understand that. So
Yes.
Do you do much research?
We do. Much of it is clinical research. Dr. Griffiths and I were the first in the world to invent and carry out a novel procedure of removing tumors from behind the eye by a totally transnasal route. Dr. Kelly has been very innovative in developing many minimally invasive neurosurgical procedures. There's a laboratory at St. John's that we sometimes do some work in. And although we are the three principals, we're also interested in building collaborations with other neuroscientists. But the 2125 space would not be used for any basic research. We might have patients who might be participating in clinical research protocols with informed consents, but basic research would be done off premises.
And procedures, what scale of procedure are we talking about, if any?
Well, it's customary for procedures to be done in a physician's office. The exam rooms don't have enough space to tip a chair back and do a minor procedure. Some of our patients need minor procedures after surgery. Some of the patients who have transnasal surgery need to have nasal irrigation, debridement. So having a larger procedure room allows us to easily bring a patient into that room with adequate lighting and adequate equipment, and to take care of post-operative problems, remove lumps and bumps. It's hard to be too specific because what we do this year is different from what we did last year.
Of course.
And may be different going forward. But the procedure room is intended to allow us to have an adequate space to take care of minor procedures for patients who don't need to go to the hospital for something.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy, did you have another question?
No, not at this time. Thank you for your explanation.
Any other commissioners? No, thank you so much, then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we have any public chits? No? All right. You have a response? No? We're moving right along. Thank you, Mr. Castle. Brevity is much appreciated. Then we will close the public hearing. Commissioners, the matter is before us. Thoughts? Commissioner Kennedy.
So this reminds me of times when we would have a restaurant operator come and tell us how fabulous they were, and they made the most molten lava, souffle or whatever it was, and then but the reality is that the CUP, a different operator could come in here down the line. Is that correct? Okay, so we have to. I personally find the hours that the staff has proposed to be more in line with what I was thinking for this conditional use permit, and after a thorough review of the amount of space, and then what is, to me, to a certain extent, a little bit of a revelation that we don't really even know exactly what the interior is completely going to look like. I think I've counted, and this was rough. I just looking at what I see, what's clearly not a bathroom, what clearly is not a procedure room, or not a waiting room. It looks like there's 28 rooms. So my opinion is that the hours that the staff is proposing are more adequate based on the amount of doctors that'll be working there, and perhaps working a little bit before or after the hours that are proposed, but because it could have a very high rate of patients coming and going during these hours, that what the staff is proposing is better. But I also wanted to ask staff about this issue that the interior of this office isn't it really known. I mean, when we're done, it could be 50 really small patient waiting rooms. I mean, is that
Mr. Martin.
how does that?
Yeah, well, there's a condition in the recommended STOA that says that the approval is for those plans dated October 15th, 2015. So those are the plans that are being approved through this conditional use permit. There can be some modifications to those, and it says that in condition number 7 that minor changes to those plans can be approved at a staff level. But just like with the restaurant, you are approving the floor plans that are submitted and that are part of this package.
So we could say something like, no more rooms than as indicated in, any change to the number of rooms that as indicated on the plans dated October 15th, 2015, or something to trigger basically the fact that it would have to come back to the Planning Commission and wouldn't be like a staff. Is that similar to what we've done with restaurants?
I mean,
if there's
you could say
added,
something like
if the previous operator relieves and the new operator wants to add 100 seats, well, then it's a whole new ballgame.
Right. Well, and typically restaurants, there is some minor adjustments allowed. So you could allow a certain percentage of increase without having to come back to the commission, or you could cap it at the number of rooms that are identified in these plans. That's before the commission for your decision.
I thank you. I'll think about that for a moment. Thank you.
Others? Commissioner Anderson.
I think I had a question. I think I had a question for staff about.
Sorry.
So the concern about condition 12, is that what it is?
That's the Landmarks Commission one.
I have a question. I'm just not prepared to share it. Hold on.
Well, you think amongst yourself. Any other questions?
I guess I feel like there's other places in the conditions where it anticipates that there might be minor changes once an approval leaves us and goes to ARB and goes to Landmarks Commission. My sense is that with even bigger and more complex projects, things tend not to come back to us. They might get adjusted a little bit. This just seems like a small rehab.
Yeah,
I don't know. My interpretation is the applicant is potentially being overly cautious about the desire to eliminate or add that language regarding condition 12.
Yeah, there is a process for making minor changes to the plans. Like in condition 7, it talks about minor amendments to the plans subject to the approval of the director of planning. So there is some flexibility there, but it is, as said in condition number 6, it's the plans dated October 15th that are part of this conditional use permit. But it doesn't mean that they have to be exact to those plans. There's an ability to make minor amendments at a staff level. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the example that was used was if the Landmarks Commission suggests that the bike racks go someplace else, it's not going to have to come back to us, right?
That's the kind of thing that we could do at a staff level, but we were uncomfortable saying that any Landmark Commission changes wouldn't require further approval because, again, we don't know what those changes might be. If they are of a minor nature, something like, moving bike racks, that's something that we would typically be able to do at a staff level.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? I'll just speak to this then. I have some sympathy with the doctors that the 7 to 7 or the 7 till 6, I think whatever hours we do settle on, that we should also have a provision that allows an emergency treatment, whether it's we insert the word regularly into the hours. So the regularly permitted medical office hours are, say, 7 till 6, with a number of emergencies allowed or whatever else. It is difficult. If you have a problem, you want to see your doctor, and it may only be possible at 6 o'clock or 6:30 in the morning or 7. And one of the issues here is these guys save lives, and we are trying to ensure that if this building is used for a medical purpose, that there is some flexibility around the edges, but that we also routinely protect the residents who are cheek by jowl with them. So that may be a manipulation of the words as well as the hours we determine. Commissioner Anderson?
I guess, Commissioner, I'm wondering, given the building's location across the street from St. John's, which, yes, it's in a residential zone, but across the street is, I have no idea what zone, something that allows a big hospital.
And getting bigger, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just really wondering whether there's a need for setting hours, right? We're approving a medical office building. It's not a club. It's not a store.
No, but may I say, I again have sympathy, but if I live right next door or just opposite, I would like to know that the hours, routinely, that deliveries activity starts and begins. And if there are 20 doctors down there and 20 assistants, there could be quite a degree of car movement coming and going. And yes, I think it's one thing to be across the road from St. John's and the fact that they're getting bigger. I think it's different to be right next door to them or wondering at 6 o'clock every morning. And Commissioner Kennedy's point is also important, that at some stage we know that this building has been bought by the St. John's Foundation, Hospital Foundation, so it might change the purpose again. The neurosurgeons may move out and we may have someone who has a high volume of routine operations, whether it's cataract or something else, that means every 15 minutes someone comes through. And so it's that level of protection you're looking at, and it's striking the balance between sympathy for the doctors and sympathy for the residents.
Do you have a specific proposal?
I was going to say 7 till 6, with routinely 7 till 6, and then with perhaps the planning department can craft it some allowance for unusual activity or something like that. Commissioner Rosendahl.
Well, I think I can understand the concern that you're expressing. Part of the difficulty is a question of how we would enforce it, because does that make the condition unenforceable? Because who's to determine? How will we determine whether it was an emergency situation? And you're certainly not going to want the planning director to assess whether or not. No, they could have made an appointment and didn't. So that's the difficulty is by allowing for that exception, have you made the condition very difficult to enforce?
So what are you suggesting, that we put a number on the number of times outside their hours, or we just say it's not allowed, or we just look the other way?
Well, I wasn't,
because that's the
I wasn't
only
proposing
parameters.
a solution. I was just pointing out to the difficult that makes it a difficult enforcement circumstance.
Commissioner Kennedy.
If we approved their hours as proposed by staff, and the nature of their business was so intense or unpredictable that they felt they needed to extend them in the morning or even the evening, what procedure would they take to come and ask for modification of those hours?
They would need to come back to the Planning Commission and ask for a modification of the CUP.
Okay.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
I mean, I think what we're trying to do is set reasonable limits, and then, if someone has an emergency, no resident's going to say, sorry, we have this piece of paper here, conditional use, but you can't come in now. Emergencies are going to be handled as emergencies, and I think I would be very comfortable with the 7 to 7 limit, because that beyond that point, it's you're dealing with exceptional conditions. You are in front of a 24-hour factory. The hospital's running all the time. There's always ambulances pulling up and stuff. It's not like this is a super quiet neighborhood. And I like the idea of the flexibility between 30 and 33 automobiles. I think that's very valuable, the idea that at a certain point, one of those parking spaces could convert into a motorcycle or a bicycle, or 2 smaller cars could be put in the space of one. There's a lot of things happening that I think are heading in the right direction, so I would be very comfortable with that. The child care thing seems to be a legal thing. Either it applies or it doesn't apply. And I don't know if maybe...
We believe it applies.
Okay. So in some ways, that that to me. I don't know where the gray area is there, because it seems the code is written one way or another, and then it either applies or it doesn't. I am not concerned about the landmarks issue. I think we're all very excited about this being adaptively reused back to its original use, which is actually kind of rare. Usually things always move in a different direction. And the last thing is the solar thing. I would be very comfortable with the standard that says that 1/3 of the roof area should be solar collectors, obviously more if possible, but there should be a bottom line that we don't want someone to say, well, I'm sorry, we just can't do that. I think we should have a bottom line that can stretch it above that. So,
Attorney Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I wanted to actually speak to both of those points. So both as to the solar and to the automobile spaces, it has to be, both of those need to be a voluntary part of the project description, so the applicant has to be proposing that they, or want to make that part of their project. As was reflective from the discussion with a different project last time, I don't believe that you could impose it as a requirement because of both the nexus issue, and there's also as I continue to think about this after that hearing, not knowing that it would come up again, but there's also an issue with the fact that probably is a technical code requirement, and there's a process for us to be able to make modifications to the technical code. In fact, I learned today that the City Council addressed solar requirements, and that is being reviewed by the California Energy Commission. So, there's a process for that, but that process hasn't been completed yet, so we couldn't make that change for a couple of reasons. So, I don't know if you'd want to hear again what they are proposing as part of their project, so that we understand what that is. But again, it needs to be voluntary, so we would not make it part of a conditional requirement, but a description of their project. As to the automobile parking space, the required number of spaces are those that existed as of July 2010. I forget the exact date, July 10th, 6th. And so I guess the question, and I'm just talking to staff about this, is whether or not on July 6, 2010, there were 30 spaces or 33 spaces. Because if there were 33, then those are the number of spaces that need to be provided. So again, this is part of their project description, but only they could agree that they would make one of those spaces for an alternative use if that space was not utilized for parking in July 6, 2010. I don't know that we have that information tonight to answer that, but staff could speak to that too.
So I think the attorney for the project came and said that they were prepared to offer solar as to what was feasible on the roof within the constraints of landmarks and the technical requirements. And the second element, they said that they believe on the evidence that they had 30 parking spaces on July 6, 2010, although 33 appear to be striped as of today. So 30, and then the remaining 3 would be available for them to use for alternatives, which would include bikes, wouldn't they? But that's their offering. That's their offering to us.
Again, I don't know that staff maybe want to speak to this. I just don't know that staff is confident that it was only 30 to say it was only 30 in 2010. So I think it could be understood that if it's demonstrated that there were only 30 in 2010, then this provision would apply. That'd be part of their project description.
But that was their offering, so that would become part of the STOA. Is that correct?
It becomes part of the STOA. It's reflected though in the project description, which is then again is locked into the approval through the commissions. That's the best. That's
Commissioner Anderson, did you have something to say? No, Commissioner.
No. You asked the question.
Commissioner Kennedy.
This CUP, it does not allow them to have any new development on the parking lot or anything like that, or that would be something completely different with a different process.
Yes, that would be a separate entitlement process.
Okay. I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Fonda Minardi's comments about the hospital next door, because I was thinking something very similar, but my reasoning is for keeping the hours 8 to 6 is a little bit different, because even though this neighborhood is, immediate neighborhood, and a lot of the adjacent homes are facing what is essentially the emergency room of St. John's, they are subject to noise and interruptions unexpectedly at all hours of the day, 7 days a week. And so, in my opinion, that doesn't mean that we need to intensify it just because they're already experiencing it. So I think we should probably give the residents of this neighborhood some more predictability by, keeping the hours more in line with what has already been proposed, again, for the reasons that I just expressed, and because we don't, while this operator, I feel very fortunate that they're interested in taking over this space. We don't know if there will be ambulances coming to this location, and I think that we should try to provide some more predictability in light of the fact that the unpredictability of the emergency room is so close by. And if anybody doesn't have any more comments, I'm happy to make a
I think
motion.
Commissioner Anderson does, but we'll.
I guess I was just going to say that I would entertain a motion more like Commissioner Fonda Bernardi proposed. I'm comfortable dropping to 7 and going up to 7 p.m. I think going down to 7 a.m. is pretty critical because there's a lot of people who go to doctors early.
So
I'm not going to make a motion because Commissioner Fonda Bernardi had a nice little layout that I'm not prepared to describe.
So, Chair McKinnon,
yes,
if I could just add, staff does think it would be helpful if the commission would specify, if you choose to say 7 o'clock p.m. is the time when the patients have to be gone. What does that mean? Is it that the last appointment is at 7 p.m.?
If we said a regular appointment, the regularly scheduled appointment from 7 till 7, would that cover it?
Yeah, so we would interpret that to mean that someone could make an appointment at 6:30 or
Yes.
7.
No, not at 7, up until, say, 6:30, but
Are you saying the last patient would have to be out by 7, but then, because I think
No,
that's...
that's what we want to clarify is do you mean the last appointment is at 6:30 or 7, or do you mean all patients shall be exiting the building by 7 p.m.? So just exactly what is the
Commissioner
condition?
Fresco and then Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
May I make a motion?
please.
I would move all of staff's recommendations for, based on the staff report given to us verbally, not what was written here, for all of these conditions except for condition 1, which I would recommend be the hours for Monday through Friday, regular scheduled appointments being from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Are you saying that they could make an appointment at 7 p.m. that might not be, or I should say appointments, they could have appointments made at 7 p.m. that wouldn't end or leave until 9 p.m.?
That could happen. They would be trickling out, though, at that time.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second.
Commissioner Anderson, do we have some debate or discussion? Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable, running these things past 7. I would like everyone gone by 7, okay, barring some exceptional emergency. We're just trying to contain it here. In a funny sort of way, I think the morning hours are actually more critical. People come in for a 7 o'clock, for an 8 o'clock procedure, but they have to be there by 7. That's not unusual, that kind of thing. So at the back end, I would say that they should all be gone by 7, but we don't need to say, by 6:30. I think that's getting a little bit too micromanaged.
So, Commissioner Fresco, would you like to alter your motion to
friendly
accommodate?
amendment saying that
So you're saying that?
they have to be gone by 7?
Well, I don't think we should legislate that they have to be kicked out of the building if they can't be served by a certain time. But I would be comfortable making the last scheduled appointment at 6:30.
Okay.
Okay. So the motion's now changed from 7 till 6:30, Monday through Friday. Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, I'm comfortable with that change.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy, you wanted to say something?
I was just going to ask if Commissioner Fresco's motion included the project descriptions. So you were saying, your motion is to accept all of the counter proposals that that the staff is recommending to the letter that we received asking for modifications. So in other words, so let's just, okay. So you're saying hours 7 to 6:30, last appointment at 6:30, and the condition 2, it's okay to modify it to read what staff says the applicant shall comply with the employer provisions of 9.53. And you're saying to accept the offered project description for transportation allowance per code. You're saying to accept the revision of condition number 3 from 18 months to read 24 months and have the coastal zone reference removed. The linkage fee in condition 9 is applicable to this project, and condition 12 stays as is, as originally proposed by staff, including the 2 project descriptions regarding the solar and the 30 spaces.
Check, 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 check.
Just checking.
Excellent. So, with no further discussion, I think the motion... Oh, Commissioner Campbell.
I'd like to add, and I'm not sure exactly how we should word it, maybe staff can help me on this one, but because it has been made clear throughout this process that we are talking about the plans dated October 15th, 2015. Could we say that if the number of rooms, including the operation rooms, exceeds 30, that would be considered not a minor amendment, or I'm not sure exactly the best way to word it, but the point would be to say I count approximately 28 rooms, not including the examination. I'm not including like what would be operation rooms, and so I don't want to see it increased 5 or 10 more rooms, because I think that would add a significant burden to the community with the amount of patients that would be coming and going, because if just 28 of those rooms alone, as currently presented, is just where patients can wait before they have to see a doctor, that's people looking for parking. Those are many patients in place at one time. That's, the doctors are already taking up the spaces that they're required to have. So the intensification grows. So could we cap it at 30 rooms, 32 rooms?
Mr. Martin.
Yeah, you could certainly add that to the condition. I mean, condition number 7 reads that minor amendments to the plan shall be subject to the approval of the Director of Planning. You could add something, I suppose, to that sentence that says, but in no case shall the number of rooms be increased by more than 10% or whatever you want to say. But I think you could put in... Yeah.
Commissioner Fresco.
Well, I understand. I heard what you were saying. It cuts both ways, because then you're saying, because then it's like saying, well, you can have this increase because you got the increase. So I would propose to the commissioners that any change in the number of rooms beyond what is proposed to us this evening is not modifiable by the Director of Planning.
Commissioner Fresco.
Wouldn't the number of rooms be contained by the size of the building in the first place? And if they were going to add any significant number of new rooms, they would be making an addition to the building, which would end up coming before all kinds of bodies and affect parking and all kinds of things anyway. I don't know. I just don't know that they can do that much.
So then the question I have is, with these plans, like, how does when the building when this project is, when the work is being done inside, how does the inspector or somebody go and say, hey, well, these plans say that it looked like you had about 15 rooms on this floor, but now I see 22 rooms on this floor alone. Who's to say?
No, it needs to be consistent with the approval that was granted under the CUP, which specifically references the plans from October 15th. So, assuming that this is approved, there would be a plan check process where Michael would review the plan check and make sure that what's being shown on the plan check set is consistent with the CUP plans. And then, as we go through the construction process, inspectors would be ensuring throughout the process that what is being built is consistent with the plan check plans that are approved. So there's
it's
several
built-
checks along the way.
And the check along the way is, the check that I'm looking for is that any deviation from this plan is you're notified.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, in the absence of a motion, I think we'll put the main motion, unless Commissioner Anderson, you want to modify it?
I don't want to modify the motion, but I want to say something.
Please.
I guess I just want to share that I was very excited to read about this application because I felt like oh my gosh, this is a policy that we recently adopted in the zoning code, and it's a very positive and I think effective policy. So it felt very good that, you know, something that we had adopted recently, and I want to acknowledge Commissioner Fresco and the preservation community in Santa Monica for, you know, bringing this to our attention and getting it in there. So it was great. It's great.
And of course, the very fine medical researchers and doctors who are going to populate it in due course. Would you like to move the motion?
I would just like to say that you're stealing my thunder because this particular ordinance was my special baby.
So you can all take
appreciate
pats on the back.
I just had,
You know,
I was
we understand that.
beyond excited.
So I think
Let's vote.
Well, actually, what are we voting on? Let's make sure we're voting. We have the motion, and it seems like the only part that's missing or still in debate is the number of rooms and that whole
I
discussion.
think Commissioner Kennedy has.
So what City Attorney Rosenbaum was saying is that if we were to say that there's some kind of a cap, and the cap is increased from what is presented here in these plans, that they would go, hey, well, that's a windfall. We can just actually build to that cap. So I don't think I'm going to withdraw that idea.
Okay.
But based on the discussion that we're having and the fact that we are trying to, you know, lessen the intensity of the activity in this neighborhood because it is, although it is across the street from the hospital, it's still in a residential neighborhood, and we're trying to find that balance. I'm feeling more confident that any deviation from this plan would be caught by planning staff, so that it continues to move forward, and that any, you know, significant change, or in my opinion, any deviation from this would at least trigger a review, and hopefully, you know. We haven't talked about this much lately, but I think the Planning Commission and the public should know if there's an intensification of any sort based on the development, the construction of this project.
So what's before us is a motion that conditional use permit 15 ENT 0273 and its associated statement of official action be adopted in one motion, and the motion is as identified by Commissioner Fresco, who accepted the recommendations to us from the Planning Department and also the recommendations offered by the applicant, with the modification that the times will now be 7 till 6:30 for regularly scheduled appointments. So, could we have a roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Yes.
and Chair McKinnon.
Yes, that motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations. We will now take a 5-minute break and get set up for the downtown specific plan.
Well, that was good. That was fast.
should, we do have enough. I should have. I would have if I realized. I thought that was going to be a little quicker. You still have, what did he say? Did you say 10 minute break? Oh, goodness. We probably have the time to Did you say 10 minute break or 15 minute break? I should have asked. I unfortunately didn't. And now we have to do the board. I actually forgot all about that. We'll take turns.
Nobody left the room?
Oh, how are you doing? Ready to get started.
We're going to Starbucks, please.
Yeah, I know. Only 5 minutes.
Hi.
So, Mr. Page.
Sir. Did you hand out the packets? We really get yeah, I think so because we actually touched on that. Okay. Okay. As I said, I mean, number one thing is I figured that there was some support for the workforce housing or what we have called affordable housing. No, okay. And then I made a couple slides about the state law stuff. Yeah, so I'll just go there and I'll try to be quick and concise.
My 17-year-old went to Aspen. He went to yours just now? No, and she was in 8th grade. Yeah, well, mine. Yeah. Well, mine is 8th grade. She's going
My 2-year-old can't stop talking about Asher Camp, so I think that's what she's saying. Or maybe she wants snacks. I don't know what it is. It sounds like Asher Camp, like she's going to be smart. She's special. I don't understand her. I understand, excuse me, Daddy, when I'm in front of her cartoon, and that everything's hers now. Come on.
Yes, I do think it
Yeah, I know. There's two in it.
Right.
I totally.
But I will send it to you.
Okay. I'll read it. I'll read it every word. Let's get a draft.
I'm sorry?
No, the piss stains do.
Welcome back to the third in our session of public hearings about the downtown specific plan. We've had two hearings that started at 6 o'clock 2 weeks ago and continued to 11 o'clock. And we are now moving through the rest of the downtown specific plan. And I'll ask Mr. Page to speak in a minute. We're hoping that we can finish tonight. But what was clear during the course of the last two nights was that it would be useful for Mr. Page and perhaps the City Attorney to spend a minute or two on how the loose, the zoning code and the downtown specific plan work together and what are some of the issues. What I'd like to recommend, Commissioners, is that we hear what Mr. Page has to say, ask questions in terms of clarifying them, but leave discussion about whether we want things to shift, guidelines, standards, whatever, to when our document comes back to us at the end of January, that what we continue to do tonight is to go through and refine what we want in it and what we don't want in it, and that the next time round be the real heart of our discussion about how we put this together. Commissioner Newbold.
And just so that I understand and anybody in the public, it comes back in January and then again it will come back in May, is
So
that
what
correct?
we have had discussions with the planning director that this first document was written now several years ago and initially and given to us perhaps 2 years ago. As you can see through it, there are many things that they propose that have actually happened, and roads and whatever. So that's quite exciting to see. But nonetheless, what we're doing at the moment is ruling some things in, ruling some things out, bringing it together, that it come back to us as a red line version later in January, and then we have another look at it before the Planning Commission goes away and puts the nuts, the bolts, the detail together, and it comes back to us in the spring sometime. Mr. Martin.
Yeah, that's correct. And so what we will do, based on the comments we've heard a couple weeks ago and what we hear tonight from the Planning Commission, we will go back and revise the draft. So we'll be in major revision between now and January. And then, as Commissioner McKinnon said, we will come back to the Commission, make sure we've got it right, and then following up with that, we'll come back for formal hearings once the EIR is done, and we expect that to be like April, May of next year. Okay. And before we get started, I just wanted to announce a lineup change, because with Sarah Lejeune's retirement, Peter James will now be on the team for this project, so will be part of this going forward. So
we are familiar with Mr. James
yes.
from the Link project and other things,
yes.
Good things. So, Mr. Page.
Thank you. Travis Page, Senior Planner. So I want to walk you through what the loose, what the loose means to the downtown, state law, and then our own municipal code. Obviously, the land use circulation element set up the framework for the downtown, but it deferred to a specific plan for development standards, but it did outline a series of objectives and goals that helped guide our thinking while coming up with a draft plan. So I know there's been some confusion about, is this going to be adopted by ordinance or resolution? Does it mean we keep everything in wholesale, or do we parse it out into the zoning code, and what does that mean for modifications in the future? So I spoke with our attorney, and Susan can help me out. I never got mailed my law degree, so this is what the state law says, that the legislative body shall adopt or amend the general plan by resolution. So the lease was adopted by resolution. It also says as a specific plan shall be prepared and adopted and amended in the same manner as a general plan, except that a specific plan may be adopted by resolution or by ordinance and may be amended as often as deemed necessary by the legislative body. Now, our municipal code says the city council must adopt or amend a general plan or any element thereof by resolution. And it also states that a specific plan shall be prepared, adopted, and amended in the same manner as the general plan, except that a specific plan may be amended as often as deemed necessary by the city council. So the language that you see in the state code that says by resolution or ordinance is missing from our municipal code, so we would adopt it by resolution. And the key there is there's been some concern about how easy it would be to modify the plan in case we didn't necessarily get the standards exactly right. And it says that you can modify a specific plan. We're not limited like a general plan where you can only modify it 4 times a year. It says you can modify it as many times as the council deems necessary throughout the year. And with a resolution, it's actually easier than through ordinance, since you don't have to have the first reading, second reading, and 30-day waiting period. In a sense, whatever gets adopted by council that day goes into effect. So with a resolution, it is easier to modify. So that should help put some folks at ease. And also, I wanted to show you that this is some language that you're familiar with. This is well vetted through the zoning code process. And we talked about flexibility last week. Can we build flexibility into this plan? This is I'm just showing as an example the major modification language, and this isn't everything in that section, but it's the important part. And you show the development standards and design standards that you recommended approval to city council to have purview to give some alleviation from. And so here in the zoning code, setbacks, build to line, parcel coverage, and things of these nature, we can use this same strategy and build in our development standards that we're proposing into this and come up with, is it 20% of this recommends, or whatever city council recommends. So there is some flexibility to the plan should you opt to keep the development standards as we propose in the plan wholesale and keep everything in the same place, in the same book, which obviously makes it, could be more convenient for the user.
Travis, can you remind us what the modification?
For major modification, and sorry, I clipped a little part out. The director is allowed to modify up to 2 of these points, and the planning commission can modify as many as possible. David can correct me if that's wrong.
Yeah, I believe that's right. I think the major modification, I believe that requires planning commission approval. The minor modification, I'm assuming we're keeping it specific with the zoning ordinance, minor modification is at a staff level, appealable to the commission, and a major modification actually goes to the commission. Yeah.
Right. And so the idea is not that we take this carte blanche and this is the language. The idea is that we can build flexibility into the plan. So if someone does come forward with a stellar project that doesn't necessarily meet the development standards that we have put forth, this body would have some purview to lessen those standards to make sure. And if it still doesn't fit that envelope, there is a text amendment that you can do a resolution for, and it would be in effect that date that it's approved. So I'm hoping that gives some comfort to people. I know there's been a lot of concern being raised about the fact that don't put the standards in because you're going to miss out on that outstanding project. And I think this is a way to build in some flexibility and build in some support for keeping the standards in here and as we proposed.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Did you?
Well, yeah, I'm going backwards for a moment. This document that we were just given, is this a copy of what you're doing here?
No, this is just the language that I was going to read.
Okay, because I couldn't find the page, so I was like, oh.
Right, yeah. No, I just wanted to.
But you will send this to us tomorrow. So.
I will. I was going to read it to you, but I figured it'd be better if I could just put it up there and let you read it.
Okay, and so is in this document here, is there anything new in this document that isn't in the plan, or is there any decision in this document that presupposes anything that?
No, the only thing that is a trimmed down version of the document you had last week, so that we focus on the points that we didn't get to.
So we've put this together to keep us focused on what is it about this plan that we need to deal with. So moving on from the methodology, we will now consider the remaining parts of chapters 4, We did touch on housing and economic diversity last week. I spoke to Mr. Page. He feels that it would be useful to hear more on that issue from the Planning Commission. So do commissioners have some thoughts on that starting off? Yeah.
Can you remind us specifically what kinds of things you want to hear about
Yes.
housing?
1 second.
He does. He has a slide for that. And it's in there too.
And so real quick on the agenda, this is what we were going to go over to, and this is what's in your packet. So these are the sections that we didn't get to last. I didn't modify the slides or the sections. I just trimmed down the slides so that we can focus on what we didn't get to. And I think if we could just, I know we touched on last week, but if we could just go through the housing diversity goals and see if there's some consensus on it. It's not. Kyle, what's the code?
Excellent.
Okay, we're up. So if you can just, if the commission can give us some guidance on the economic diversity goals are in the right place or not, or if we need to add to it, take away, if we're missing something, that would be helpful.
Commissioner Parry.
As I'm looking over these goals, I see language that relates to the diversity of businesses in the downtown, but I don't see it articulated as a clear link between the services that are needed by this expanded residential population in the downtown and the residential population in general.
And I think, if I recall right, there is a section there where we talk about some of these local serving uses, especially popping up on the northern end of the downtown along Wilshire. We're seeing Mendocino Farms, some smaller restaurants, and we talk about local serving retail uses. Do you want more language in the body itself, or do you want the goal to be modified?
Well, I mean, I think that really should be a top level goal. It's through that lens that I think we should be looking at this question of economic diversity.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Not to the exclusion of other related goals, but really looking at it in terms of how is the retail base and other commercial services serving the residential population.
Okay,
And
so have a goal
how
that
can we
speaks more
encourage it?
to the residential population, local serving uses. Gotcha.
Right.
Commissioner Fresco.
I have 2 points. One is I'm going to bring this up in every section, but every section has a little part about the opportunity sites, and I feel like that discussion and what that means, which we can discuss when we get to it, belongs in its own area, and that we should really focus on our overall city goals and integrated purpose for the whole downtown when we talk about it in these individual sections, and not make it seem like, but we really want to make it happen in this site because this site's going to make it happen for everything. I think it really takes the emphasis away from our downtown-wide purpose. And the other thing for this particular area in terms of the economic growth of downtown is, in my vision, which may or may not be shared by everyone, I see the promenade and its excitement and vibrancy really expanding to 2nd and 4th Streets. And I would like to see that direction sort of outlined here as where that activity would go.
Okay. Commissioner Newbold.
Oh, I didn't mean to have that on.
Others? Thoughts? Commissioner Anderson.
I guess I have a question for staff. I'll start with the easy thing, I guess. What does locally owned and operated mean?
Well, we were just at dinner tonight at a place called, what was the name of this place? Sweet Greens, which there's a picture of the local operators up on the wall. And I think it's something to encourage these types of businesses to continue to move into our downtown, to build on this fabric that we're not just, this corporate downtown with Subways and Kentucky Fried Chicken and stuff like that, but to really encourage and build on this buy local program is to encourage local business owners to thrive in the downtown.
So if a restaurateur from Manhattan Beach opened a restaurant here, that's local?
I mean, I'm not going to give the exact definition. I don't know what the exact
I'm
definition of local is, but
I'm just trying to understand, Travis, because I think what you're saying is non-corporate. Is that really because to me, when I think of local, I think of Santa Monica, but that suggests to me that we only want businesses in Santa Monica that are owned by people from Santa Monica, and that doesn't...
Yeah, I think this is something we need to kind of dig into a little bit and probably talk to the attorney's office. It's hard to specify exactly what that would mean. The restaurant you referenced tonight, Sweet Greens, I mean, that's a chain out of Washington, D.C. So, it's a little bit deceiving in terms of who the operator might be and who the franchisee might be. So I think we could look into that a little bit. I guess the best thing would be for the commission to kind of express your opinion about what you would want us to strive for, and then we could figure out a way to get there. But again, we've struggled over the years with this issue of chains versus how many does a company have to become a chain. All of those types of things have been discussed at length, so we can look into that a little bit more and get back to you.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a legal thing as much as it's maybe it's just about distinguishing between what it is, the vision that we're trying to achieve, right? Which I think is about a non-corporate feel. I don't know.
Right,
and I support that feeling, but I think locally owned it starts to sound very exclusive, and I don't think we want to discourage people from coming to our community to open businesses.
And I'm not even sure we can do that legally. So, again, that's something we could clarify for you. But as you said, if you could just give us a sense of what you'd want us to try to achieve, then we could come back to you with ways to do that.
I guess I would say I think your intent is the right one. Maybe we could just think about a different way to express it. Yeah.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, if you're finished.
I am not.
Okay.
I have two other things that I wanted to share. But I guess I think a policy, I didn't think through whether this was a whole goal or what goal it might fall into, but I think a policy that's missing is a policy statement about office space downtown. Mm-hmm. And I think that's mostly because one of the things that I think is making our downtown really so fantastic is that there are such a diversity of uses, right? There's still employment office employment, there's retail and services and libraries and residential, right? I mean, you never have to leave downtown. But I think there is a little bit of office loss going on. So, I'm just thinking about a policy statement about perhaps maintaining the existing levels of office space, or existing is hard because we don't know the point in time, and I don't necessarily want to say July 6th, 2010, but I think there's an intent there that I think we don't want to be losing office space, and if we are losing a bit of office space and someone comes in with a new proposal that for more office space, that's a good idea to maintain a diversity of uses.
And so in the staff report and possibly in the section itself, we talk about the net loss of office space that we've experienced over the last 15 years, with several buildings that have been taken down for hotel or residential development. And then the last bullet point is kind of getting to that point, but maybe it needs stronger, different language. And we talk about working with new industries to accommodate continued job growth in the high-tech industry, since that seems to be where we're seeing the majority of growth. Also be the types of office space or jobs that people seem to find palatable, rather than big corporate offices or something like that, through our community workshops. So that's why we have that worded that way.
And I'm suggesting another policy that's more specific about the quantity of office space.
Gotcha.
Lastly, I guess I just wanted to express my discomfort with the idea of recognizing rents, restricted rents at 180% as a community benefit. I'm already a little bit uncomfortable going up to 120%, which I think is what we do for moderate income. I recognize that we want to accommodate a lot of people in our community, and I think the way to accommodate a middle income sector is by increasing the supply of housing in our community, right? And that will help to mitigate the rise in rents. So, I think we've already established a standard where we're recognizing moderate income, 100, which I'm assuming is 120% AMI as a community benefit, but I'm uncomfortable going above that.
Okay, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, and then Commissioner Newbold.
Yeah, Commissioner Anderson, you sort of started going in a direction which maybe staff can give us some guidance on. The question goes something like this: if offices were lost and were replaced by other things, is that a good or a bad thing in the overall scheme of things? Or is it just natural development that we don't have to manage? I'll use the analogous example that in this last, the AMC project, we were told that we've used up our 50 alcohol serving establishments,
Right.
but now we're taking that lid off. So we're always manipulating the quantity, and maybe square footage is another way of manipulating it. But is that manipulation something that we are doing because things aren't working, or we're doing it to prevent things from skidding off the rails, so to speak? You see where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm.
This management thing. I could see how maybe 3rd Street would be highly curated with all kinds of manipulations, but when you move out to the whole downtown plan, do we want to curate the whole downtown plan, or do we want to let natural market forces, however you define that, do that? For example, all of the gas stations vanished from downtown except for like 1 or 2, you know what I'm saying? And no one said, "Oh my God, we gotta maintain gas stations." So when we're maintaining or letting market forces go to work, can you speak to that? And
Well, I mean, we have had policies in the history of this city, and especially at 3rd Street Promenade, you brought that up, where you once had to have a CUP to change from retail to restaurant, and now it's vice versa, where now you had to have a CUP to change because we lost so much restaurant space over the years, and we want to see diversity of uses on the promenade. It's good for the economy, it's good for people who are visiting it, and to keep them coming back. I don't think that we've proposed anything, though, in this plan to kind of manipulate the markets or to retain a certain use or push a certain use, but it's definitely, the purview of this body to recommend something like that if you think that'd be helpful for the mixes of uses in the downtown.
I'm actually asking you if you would think it would be helpful. In other words, we were hoping for some professional guidance here. Is this something we take our hands off the reins and let the horse go, or no, we gotta maneuver it and make sure that it's staying within?
I think it's just good common sense economic policy to let them to have and encourage a diverse amount of uses in the downtown, and the loss of office is something that to look at, but not necessarily be alarmed about. Maybe that building did not fit the type of office space that we need these days, and maybe it's better served as a hotel. I can't say, I'm not an economist. I can't say that we should manipulate or put policy in to maintain only this use, or prioritize a use over another.
Sure.
Except for housing, where we do get bonuses to housing projects.
Right. Well, I think housing is sort of a bedrock thing. I think we have some agreement there. I'm just asking a little bit broader question based on what you were suggesting, which is here's an area where we're losing something, and is that a good or a bad thing, or are we gaining something that's equally valuable or less valuable or more valuable in the short run, long run? And because again, I'm not attached to any outcome, whether it's offices or whatever it is. I just need to know what are the rules of this game that we're playing, and what has experience showed us that we need to be aware of.
Commissioner Newbold, and then Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, when the last bullet point says work with new industries to accommodate continued job growth in the high-tech industries, and I know that we're Silicon Beach, but it seems so narrow to me.
It does. I think, as I said before, and this is just by observation, that through our committee workshops, these seem to be the types of jobs that people feel comfortable with providing office space for, and they also seem that they can work well with our TDM measures and reducing traffic while still providing jobs in the downtown. We can modify that if you'd like. It is narrow to just say support job growth and take out the idea of high tech. But the idea is that we do have this great phenomenon being called Silicon Beach, and to harness that energy and take advantage of it. And that's what that bullet point is geared towards.
But you say, high tech, they're somehow, because of TDM, I mean, why? Because they're young?
They're young, they ride bikes. I mean, it's maybe Neil can
That seems
speak
like
to this.
we're thinking of stereotypes.
I think it's in there because people said it. I think that there was.
And
people.
We go through this every time. You have to identify yourself, Mr. Payton. I know who you are, but there are people
I thought that
watching.
was a continuation of last week. I'm sorry. I'm Neil Payton, and I'm with Twitty Gallus and Partners, and we are a consultant to the city
Excellent.
on this specific plan.
Thank you so much.
I think the term high-tech industry was put in there as Travis said, kind of as a salve, honestly. But I mean, seriously, we're talking about a limited amount of space that exists. So there's only so many industries, if you will, that literally could fit in the space that's potentially available, and those are going to be, attorneys and financial people and industries like that. But there was also an idea that job growth was really happening in the high tech sector. And so there was an aspect of that I think caused those terms to be in there. I think there's also an idea that high-tech industries are very flexible in the kind of spaces they can use. They don't have a
Right,
standard.
Okay.
So,
all right.
What does that mean? What does even high-tech mean? I mean,
Well, I don't even see anything particularly in this plan that actually does that, so I don't really
well, that's a different
get that either. But
comment. But yes.
So we identified that as an issue. Commissioner Parry.
Yes, I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Anderson's comments regarding the middle-income housing. Did I understand you correctly, Commissioner Anderson, that you were expecting that shifting setting the community benefits cap at 120% AMI would not leave a gap within the range of affordable housing pricing because of the increase in supply?
No, I was not saying that. I was just saying that I don't feel like trying to serve that sector should be considered a community benefit. I think the community benefit should be reserved to serving a lower income sector.
Yeah, so I would ask staff, do we have any policies in place that would encourage housing within that range, 120 to 180% within the downtown?
No, not in the downtown. We had it in the Bergamot area plan. And this stemmed from talking to people who fall into the middle class category where they are priced out of the market in the downtown. You may remember my slides from the first night. I showed if we extrapolate what the state mandated salaries are for affordable housing from 30 to 100% and take that out to 180%, it shows what the salaries are and what you can expect to pay for a 2-bedroom apartment in the downtown, which was somewhere around $2,600. And then to show in comparison what we are actually commanding, or what the apartments are commanding, new apartments are commanding by rents for 2 bedrooms, which is closer to $4,500. So there's a mismatch, and that's why we put a policy in here to try to be more inclusionary of a wider range of salaries. But I want to be clear that the idea is not at the expense of affordable housing. It is once you meet your HPP requirements. At Tier 2, you meet your expanded expected HPP requirements, and even at Tier 3, even more. In a development agreement, maybe we prioritize trying to get some middle class housing instead of something else that you would be putting on the list.
So the idea is that when a project came forward where we did have the opportunity to negotiate benefits or within some set list, that this middle income housing would be on top of would be layered on top of the normal age PP requirements, including the bump up at tier 2.
Correct.
Okay, so it would just be at that top level.
Exactly. And keep in mind that after this plan is adopted, the idea is a majority of projects will fall into a DRP category or less and not be development agreements, and we get away from that. So it would only be a handful of projects that we would probably even have the opportunity to do that on, and we're just saying that we should try to look at that if it is doable.
Yeah, so I'll just comment that I think that's an important goal. That I understand that there are a lot of important goals in the mix, but I don't think we should turn our back on this idea of providing, basically trying to fill every gap within our housing spectrum, and I would say specifically within the downtown, looking at it citywide and looking at it downtown, trying to create that mix instead of just the highest and the lowest. So I think that this approach is a really good one. It's very limited in its scope, and I think it'd be a mistake to make the change to just bring it down to 120%.
Okay. Anyone else? I've got a couple of comments I'd like to direct to it, and then Commissioner Kennedy first, then please.
Well, I'm going to reiterate some of the ones that I said last week because I remember Chair McKinnon asked us to comment. So I'll just repeat those quickly. And then what I said last week was that we should make sure that throughout this rewrite that you're taking out any charts with dollar amounts or any references to existing dollar amounts, because in tightening this up, that those things are going to change on their own over time, and so it's not appropriate to be in the document. That I want to prioritize affordable housing of up to 80%, but I understand Commissioner Anderson's point of up to 120. And my feeling is to not go beyond that, and so I'll just add my 2 cents that the idea of even at the development agreement, and I'm assuming you're talking about that 60,000 square foot level or more, that it doesn't make sense to provide community benefits for people that can already afford market rate rents. To me, I think that's something that we should be recommending to council going forward with this at all. And the examples that you provided, the staff has provided in the staff report for us to review on this show rents for some apartment buildings, and it's definitely not indicative of all apartment buildings in the downtown, and some of these are considered high-end luxury apartments. So even though we are looking at examples of 1 or 2 instances where some one-bedrooms are going for $3,900, the city of Santa Monica provides housing opportunities within even just mere blocks of the downtown that would suit the affordability levels that you're talking about, up to that 180% range. So,
and we're working with strategic economics right now to understand that what the rents are even adjacent to the downtown. But those are, I didn't show those just to skew the idea. The idea that those are the newest apartments that we're seeing coming online. I didn't pick and choose, so this is the typical of new apartments.
So I am going to then just kind of go out of order in my own comments, which you don't even know what they are anyway, and say that in researching what I was hoping to express this evening, but also as you guys go forward, it would be really helpful to know, for example, the 20 NMS buildings that were provided, that have been creating affordable housing in our downtown. What those rents are at the moment, how many of the inclusionary are at what rates, and how many of them have turned over, have any of them gone to market. These kinds of things would be really important because giving us this slice of what is available over at Gibson or at Sway or the Mayfair just isn't, it's not 100% indicative of, and so in 2013, I think there was a report given to City Council that was also provided to us from, I forget what the name of the consultant was, but it talked about the 20 NMS buildings, and I see sprinklings of that report in what you've provided to us, but I think it's time to maybe take a look and see that in these past couple of years, what are those property, what those rents are. I mean, I think we need to have an idea of that. Yeah.
May I add one request to that?
Sure.
In addition to what the rents are, giving us a sense of within the last 15 years, how many units have been created that serve above 120% AMI within the downtown.
Does serve the range between 120 and 180, or just over?
Well, we can limit it to that, but it's my
Right.
understanding that a lot of the units that were created did have covenants that restricted it. I think a lot of it's at 100, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But
I'd be interested in adding that to the information that we're getting back to get a sense of what the existing housing stock, or at least the recent housing stock downtown, what income levels those units are serving.
Right, and that's, as I said, we're working with our with Strategic Economics, and they should be getting us those numbers in next week or so.
And then I'll say, I said last week about removing references specifically to workforce, especially in places where you're saying affordable housing and workforce, because we know that affordable housing serves our workforce at 30, 50, 60, and 80% of area median income. So workforce doesn't, and the city council has already opined that workforce doesn't necessarily mean people who can afford market rents anymore. I think I said last week that we needed to try to make sure that we are getting a variety of housing stock, and so, to accommodate families, but also trying to get away from where developers are saying I'll provide one extremely low in place of two very lows, where we need to make sure that we do get the full range of bedroom sizes, and including as well as the different income ranges. And I'll comment on the comment about the high-tech industry. I in looking at that, when I read that, work with new industries to accommodate continued job growth in the high-tech industries, in my mind, I automatically add at the very end of that a sentence that says, because they promote and provide opportunities for all segments of our educational community, and I say that, but it's really kind of hopeful, and maybe putting it in as adding it as a priority and saying it out loud more and more, we'll see more opportunities flow into our for example, students of all ages from these industries that are here. In some ways, raising the rents in downtown. Manipulating our office space and so many other things. I want to see more of demonstrated opportunities for our students to learn from these workers who are here to help them get a better, more robust 21st, 22nd, century education. I read the paper and I see somebody is offering trips to Wales to do some kind of 2-week tech thing, but my son's in middle school and I haven't seen anybody come knocking on his door from Silicon Beach saying, hey, we're going to have a workshop here every Wednesday for an hour, and these are the kinds of things that I think we can benefit from by having this tech industry here, but I still haven't seen it. So I would like to talk about why they're here, because these benefits have, and then if these benefits don't start to happen from our policy, we can rethink things. But I think that's one of the reasons, why we do it. And that was my last comment on this.
So I'd like to add a couple of comments, and that is that the downtown should be a really powerful element of our city, and that is based on whether we can shake it from just being a monoculture, and the monoculture that we've delivered as being national chains which can afford the high rents in the promenade. So there's a certain sameness that's begun to develop down the promenade and in the mall, because these are the people who've got powerful economic interests and can rationalise the high rents, and it's a good marketing place. So that's number one. The economic base has got to diversify, and if we think the things that are missing in these small outfits, the small retailers, the small residential places, the nooks and crannies that small business that start up and need some protection. And what that comes back to is that the market's really good at some things, but it fails periodically, and it fails to protect startups and small guys and the people you were talking about, the local businesses. So we may have to look at intervening on that and setting rules about the size of shop fronts or the nature of business. And we'll come back to that in parking and circulation later on. If we want the full range of service, I do not see how a dry cleaner can survive on Wilshire when there's a bar that will offer 4 times as much rent in a bigger space, or there's always a Chipotle that'll come in and say, dude, we just need this space for our operation, because they're serving the monoculture of the $4,500 apartment and the kids that have got the money coming and going. So a diversity in the people that live down there, represented by different sorts of apartments, different pricing, different stock, different ownership models, is really important. We just can't have a similarity of everyone down there. And so that goes to what we're saying. There has been a bit of market failure down there. And again, as a city council and as a city, we have to try and shake that up in different ways. I see nothing in here which would allow buildings for seniors. And seniors have quite different kind of space requirements, which shrinks. And it's not the 260 square foot apartment, but it is sometimes not much bigger, configured in a different way. And where we will place that, which enables people to use the transit malls or the buses and the trains and be close to supermarkets, there's an increasing number of people in our city who are getting older and who are looking for places, and we haven't satisfied that, and it doesn't seem particularly strong in the downtown. So diversity in the people that live down there, diversity of businesses, and that last point that you have up there is really not about high tech, it's about the knowledge industries which have grown up, which have got really small physical footprints, high levels of growth, and produce tremendous financial returns, and they're all based around this knowledge add that people bring to it, whether it's tech or environment or entertainment or just a whole sequence of other things. And ultimately, I think I dispute with you, Mr. Payton, that it's all going to be about lawyers and others. I think over time, these new businesses will want to be here because of the city we create and the streets, and that some of the older businesses like lawyers will move out. So not just high tech, but a full range of opportunity and a diversity of people who are here. Commissioner Newbold, you want a final word?
I don't need the last say, but I feel as though staff wants to really hear from us on this question of the middle class housing, and we've heard from 3 commissioners, and I feel like I wanted to weigh in on that.
Please.
And I'm really conflicted about it, because I think on the one hand we do want a diversity of the kinds of people that live downtown, but I think at the end of the day, when we're trying to pick and choose among all the important priorities that we have, it's going to be very hard to use community benefits for that kind of housing. I think given the open space that we want and additional affordable housing, I think I'll have a hard time supporting that at the end of the day, even though we want all of it. But if you have to make choices, I think that would be a hard choice to make.
Okay. Anyone else wish to weigh in on that? Otherwise, we will finish with this housing section.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Just say, I thought you made a very important point about that corporate sameness to the trend we've been observing over the years. And even though it's not in, really comes under housing and economic diversity, I am reminded of a point that I should have made when we were talking about the design guidelines, is that I've seen several facade renovations come through, receive approval, where the storefront really, like from edge to edge, from top to bottom, was the branding of the company rather than the architecture of the building. And I think that our policies, including within this document, should discourage that kind of design approach to building frontages, and really should emphasize the kind of the authentic character of the structures that are behind these facades.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I think, and maybe David could speak to this a little bit more. I know that's been an issue over the years. Is what is colorful and what is part of the signage. Especially with something like Foot Locker, we have the black and white stripes, but we don't touch the sign code in here, and it's something that lives in the zoning code by itself.
Yeah, it's not actually in the zoning code, but it's attached to it, and we haven't changed that. And but I think what you're referring to is kind of the overall facade of a building and making sure that the architecture itself kind of comes through, as opposed to just a larger billboard for the business, which I know we've seen some of that recently.
Commissioner Anderson.
I thought that was a great idea. I also just wanted to, I was looking at your adjustments and just wanted to clarify that, and I don't want to speak for everybody, but obviously including the provisions related to the affordable housing is important.
What are we looking at here? Are you talking about the cross-reference language?
Yeah, just whatever provisions we allow
Right. So
in the zoning code be allowed for in the downtown specific plan with regards to affordable housing.
Right, and this stemmed from going to the Housing Commission a couple times. They wanted to, state what the minimum requirements are for affordable housing, but we'd rather reference the main document itself in case it changes in the future. We're not in conflict.
Okay, so let's move now to arts and culture. Would you like to speak to that?
I was actually going to have Neil speak to this part. This is more his wheelhouse than mine.
What am I supposed to speak about? I mean, the goals are. I think everyone. One of the things we heard is that Santa Monica is a community in which there are extraordinary number of people who are involved in the arts. Some of them are in various forms of art, be they writing, visual art, performing art, architecture, and the like. And so one of the things that we tried to emphasize was something that I would call, and at the risk of sounding like a cliche, so let me explain, an immersive arts experience, so that you began to think of the downtown not as a place that you went to a spot to see something, but rather that the arts were around you and you had opportunities, sometimes very formal opportunities, sometimes very informal opportunities, and the idea that anybody who visits, be they a resident or a visitor, could immerse themselves as much or as little as they would choose. So that was the kind of overall thinking in how this chapter was sort of put together. That was the sort of groundwork for it.
Commissioners, thoughts, comments? Anyone want to make adjustments? Commissioner Fresco?
The one thing I thought was slightly limiting or questionable, I think I emailed with Travis about it, was that there seems to be a subtle distinction between good noise and bad noise, and I feel like downtown should be the place where we can have concerts and live music and all of that kind of fun stuff. So I would just, try to find ways to incorporate lively entertainment that might be a little noisier in areas where it wouldn't affect.
Yeah, and I think that's, if I might just offer one observation, having lived in a community that went through a rather robust transformation, and this was in Washington, D.C., and everybody, of course, wanted a lot of arts, and they really went all out to get arts on one particular street, 14th Street, which had not been a particularly great place to live, and it was actually wildly successful. Mm-hmm. And all these people, it was all mixed juice, and it was great, except all these people that wanted to live in this exciting, wonderful environment with lots of music and jazz and everything started complaining at 2 o'clock in the morning that they couldn't sleep and they had to go to work the next day. And this was the environment they chose to live in, this downtown, but yet they began to realize that be careful what you wish for, that even they needed to sleep sometimes. And so
I do think that there was a subtle distinction between good noise and bad noise, because I know that is an issue. You know, I mean, and just try to recognize that.
My suggestion is that when we look at where those kinds of things are allowed, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street, maybe, that we think about how we're allowing housing and where we're actually allowing people to live relative to the street and so forth, so that we can really have that happen and not make people miserable.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
And my other point just about this in general is that whole idea of gateways. I'm just very anxious every time I feel like the arts, the central core of downtown and the promenade and having things spread out from there is awesome. But when you start having gateways to the rest of the city, I think we end up having the other side of the gateway not so great. And, I feel like the concentration should really be towards the center and not so much about gateways all the time. So that's
good. Commissioner
what
Parry?
that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's more appropriate within this section, the arts and culture, or within community benefits. But I see that obviously the street is an opportunity for public art. Some interior spaces on private property are also opportunities for displaying public art and making some areas just a little more. I think a hotel lobby could be a fantastic place to have some kind of display of local art exhibitions that could be required through a development agreement or funded through a development agreement. Are there policies within this that would encourage that kind of thinking in terms of community benefits or other programs in the downtown?
Well, there are community benefits proposals for aggregating, for example, funds. I'm not sure. I agree that having art in a lobby of a hotel is nice, but I'm not sure that's a community benefit because generally the public is not always welcome in hotel lobbies.
It would in this development agreement that I've just laid
I see.
out.
Okay, well, that's good. I think there was a real observation that art that was not accessible to the public wasn't necessarily a great community benefit. So maybe that's wrong, but that's what we thought. One of the things we also talked about was the idea that, if every developer has to sort of, has a 1% or 2% or whatever the percent of whatever is for art, we've all seen the effect of that. There's a lot of stuff out there which isn't always all that good, and you can do it that way, but there might be another way to aggregate those funds and really consciously kind of lay out an art strategy, which is one of the things we were trying to do, like have something bigger that no one development could support, for example, whether it's a big piece or whether it's even a small museum or whatever. And we did also talk about the possibility of small things being part of the arts, as you just said. So bike racks, crosswalks, that the idea that the Public Works Department could actually commission really cool crosswalks or cool things on light fixtures. There's a great street in Seattle where they commissioned artists to each do a light post. It's all around. New York City did one with street signs that were literature. These are small things that are amazingly effective. I don't know that we're going to spell out all those things in here, but I think what we wanted to do was prime the pump that said, look, these are all things that could be going on. Some of these are really cheap. They just need someone to kind of run it. And that's what we were trying to sort of bring to the fore here.
Okay.
I'm just raising the idea that maybe there's additional opportunity than just the street.
In the street. Sure. Yeah.
Commissioner Kennedy and then Commissioner Newbold.
I have a follow-up based on what Commissioner Parry was saying. So I think you made reference to on page 72 of the plan policy CA 1.3, which talks about prioritizing assistance to potential museum partners. Is that because it also says including potential aggregation of development agreements, arts contributions? Is that the one that you were? So based on what Commissioner Parry just said, then that kind of like sort of freaks me out a little bit, because does that mean that is this saying that the aggregation of contributions would put some kind of an art piece out of the public eye, behind in a lobby of a hotel, or actually in the museum, which was pay to enter, or whatever it is? So I would hope that means that whatever these kinds of contributions that are possibly aggregated are not going to produce art that is difficult for people to find or access.
Right.
Like you were just talking about, art that, I don't know, something that you just said made me think about, there was an art walk in New York where you walk around the entire city, and like on the corner of 8th and 14th, there was a cell phone there was an old payphone that would ring if somebody had something on their app on their phone, like all these amazing things. Street signs were turned into mirrors. That would be the kind of thing that could happen yearly, around town with this kind of.
Okay. It was always intended to be public, so if we didn't stress that, then we need to go back and look at that.
All right, so please look at policy CA 1.3 with that in mind. Thank you.
Commissioner Newbold.
I'm just looking at your bullet points here, and I'm thinking improve cinema options, but could we say improve cinema and performance space options? I mean, I feel like we're missing some of that in the downtown. So that's one thing I'd like to see that somehow woven in.
And by the way, we've already done it. You see, the cinema options are improving
I
as
know,
of Saturday night.
And the other, I don't really understand support gateways with art, open space, urban design features, and architecture. I don't really know what that means. I mean, we've had this whole gateway conversation that went around and around for hours last year. And I guess I would say I don't like the idea of gateways in all, so I don't quite get that last bullet point, and maybe it needs to be changed.
So I think the word gateway has
problematic.
That gateway word it's not a good word.
Perhaps it might go
more
from the next version if you want to stop
We hear you. We heard you there.
But yet here it is.
It's more than the word.
So, Commissioner Kennedy?
I just wanted to say it's more than the word.
Yeah.
Don't change it. Opportunity sites became large sites, there's like 70, for instance, 70 different ways, and just don't change gateway to be something else. We're talking about the actual concept of creating a this and a that are different.
Thank you. And I think that we could change the word or delete the word, but what we got from our community workshop when we talked about gateways and talked about community benefits was people were onto the idea that, as Neil talked about, aggregating the arts fees, maybe putting a big piece of a light art at let's not call it a gateway, at an intersection or a main intersection that many people go through to get to the downtown. And that's just one of the ideas, and that's why we use the term gateway, but you won't see it again after tonight.
And the reason why I said it's more than the word, and I hear what you're saying, is because this process is evolving. It's not like whatever we said 3 years ago, or what, was this the one, there's like a takeaway that we're doing this now because it's evolving. So to that extent, I also personally don't like the idea of creating a noticeable, distinct gateway that separates areas. That may be different from a piece of art that you're talking about that makes a little placeholder, but
So
I agree with Commissioner.
There you have it. The cinema options. Okay, we've seen some new cinemas built on the top of the mall, Santa Monica Place, and there are others proposed. At one stage, there was a cap on the number of cinema seats in Santa Monica. Is that still in place, or is that one of those informal understandings that people work to?
There was never a literal cap. There was a requirement that if we went over a certain number, then it would require a conditional use permit. That was in the old plan. So
sounds like a cap.
I don't think well, you could go over it, but you would need a conditional use permit. So it wasn't an absolute restriction.
So are we still working to that?
Well, so the way it's worked out, the number of seats in the downtown, even if we were to approve and build the proposed cinema on 4th Street, would not increase over what we had previously. The number of screens have increased pretty dramatically, but the number of seats has stayed the same. And in fact, now without the 4th Street Cinema, we're actually way below what we had, back in the 90s.
I guess my question is, do we think that there is a place for more seats, but not necessarily they'll be occupied all the time, but more players in the cinema market in Santa Monica? Is that something we've entertained?
I don't think we've proposed including a cap in the current plan. So
So that's an option that's available
That's
if
an
someone
option,
sees a small theatre market or a market sort of similar to Lemley's, they could enter it if they thought that was worthwhile. Okay. Does anyone have anything else to add on this arts thing? Commissioner Kennedy. Otherwise, we'll move on.
On page 73, it references the creative capital, the city's cultural programming vision document. What's the date of that document?
I'm not sure if I'm hearing 2011 or 12.
Oh, so since like the loose.
Correct. Possibly.
Well, I just only reason I'm bringing it up is because maybe if it's 10 years old, maybe it should be looked at.
Okay.
Okay, great. So let's leave that and move to our next section, and which is historic preservation. And as it turns out, at least one of our commissioners has a great deal of experience in this area. Commissioner Fresco, is there something you would like to mention or think about or make a statement about?
I have a few things.
Travis, this could be a long list.
I'm going to try and be concise. I'll get into the details later. Well, we've received letters from some people who are interested in this area as well, like the Landmarks Commission and the
I'd have to
Conservancy.
say, many of those people would like to have come and testified again this evening, so it's not a random thing. There were people who wanted to present. So Commissioner Fresco is accurately summarising the interest in the area.
Gotcha.
Right. So basically, I looked at both of the letters that came in, and of course I have my own list of comments, and it seems like overall the idea is to try to zone and look at where our concentrations of resources are and make sure that we are not zoning in a way that makes special areas suddenly really impractical to keep, and we're actually creating incentives, to remove them. So one of the big things that comes up is, again, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street. And I mentioned this last week also, the idea of zoning those the way the promenade is zoned, because especially 2nd Street and 4th Street, like the promenade, those lower buildings that are maybe landmarks, maybe not landmarks, really add a lot of character. And so the way the standards were written for the promenade that have 100% street face and step backs above a certain point and really retaining that street frontage the way it is, or making it really easy to envision that for somebody who wants to expand one of those buildings is really a priority. There are also issues that the Landmarks Commission has been working on for a long time, primarily the redefinition and rewriting of the way the ordinance defines a structure of merit and how that's dealt with. What the Commission really wants is a second-tier designation. There's a landmark, which is the really big, special, fantastic clock tower building, and then there's the structure of merit, which makes us understand what's so important about the clock tower building, because it's not so awesome, but it really gives a feeling of the old Santa Monica character and is worth saving for that because it gives meaning to the other things. So as a matter of actions and stuff that would go in the back of the document, really prioritizing that, which, I harp on it a lot, but it's a pretty important thing. Let me just collect myself here.
May I ask you a question?
You may.
Can you be more specific about what you're recommending about the structures of merit? And I'm sorry if you just said it and I missed it, but...
Right. Well, basically it would be a second tier of landmark designation that would be for less awesome buildings, or buildings that were maybe awesome but had lost a lot of integrity and so forth, but still had a context and feeling and association, all those preservation-y words. And, you know, there would be less stringent requirements for their preservation as well. You know, everything would be at a lower scale, but would help retain character. You know, buildings that I look at all the time. I went on a walk last week on 2nd Street, all of those low brick buildings, you really feel that was like, you know, an urban commercial center in the 1920s when you're on 2nd Street, even though there's that giant, really bright, knife-covered parking structure, you know, with those sharp things. You still get the vibe, and I don't want to lose the vibe. It's really important. So another thing that we would have to do is suspend and maybe not put in that sidewalk thing, because now all of a sudden if somebody's doing a new development and all they're really keeping is their edge-to-edge facade of one of those buildings, but now they have the setback requirement because of the sidewalk thing, then it goes anyway, and we can't keep it. So, you know, all of these things have to work together to incentivize, and then we don't need to figure out what a conservation district is right away, because we've zoned in a way that conserves these buildings, and we don't have to do this other step. And, you know, like in between 1984 and 1995, we lost 50% of the historic resources on the inventory due to either demolition or insensitive alteration, because we didn't have zoning rules that made it possible, easy, or imaginable to retain that historic quality. So that's kind of the crux of what everything is sort of headed towards. And there's lots of details in those letters about how to do that. And I'm just skimming briefly to make sure that I've covered the general idea here.
So I think what you're really saying, though, is that you're trying to promote policies that make adaptive reuse not just a good thing to do, but also a profitable thing to do in terms of developers, and who then will think about preserving the buildings because we've incentivized them the right way. Is that the way I'm reading what you're saying?
Yes, it's incentivized, and it's not also de-incentivized. We have a lot of disincentives to do that right now.
Right.
And we make general suggestions overall that we want to adaptively reuse, but we also make it impossible at the same time.
Okay. So Commissioner Anderson, did you want to comment, or Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
I had a question.
Please.
I remain confused about structures of merit. Is that an existing designation?
Currently, we have a structure of merit designation, and it basically is used for buildings that are potentially contributors to historic districts that are not designated. And after 6 months, if that district is not nominated and designated, the designation falls away and the resource can be demolished. So we don't have a permanent way of hanging on to those buildings and protecting them.
Right. I guess I would say, in addition to Commissioner McKinnon, your interpretation of the things that Commissioner Fresco just said, I think an additional interpretation that I have is that while it's nice that there's an entire historic preservation section, that it perhaps needs to be more aggressive in terms of providing some level of designation and therefore providing some level of protection. It's not just about incentivizing or disincentivizing. It's like recognizing that a building is special and therefore needs some special review in terms of any kind of renovations that might happen. Yes.
Well, that leads me to another point that the Conservancy brought up. They sent us this map that has priorities on it, and they also sent another list of resources. And as you may have all heard, the Landmarks Commission has been subject to a new ruling that makes it very difficult for them to proactively nominate and then also be the body that reviews potential landmarks. And perhaps in terms of this planning document, maybe there's a way that this commission could get into the mix and say, well, there's a lot of stuff happening on this street, and we want to make it really clear for people who are coming in what buildings we're talking about. Maybe this commission could get empowered to do some of that nominating, and then the Landmarks Commission can take it from there under their purview.
We could have two landmarks commissions. Commissioner Fonda
I was
Bernardi.
afraid you were going to say that.
Well, I know I'm repeating myself, but I have to say at this point that if you really want to preserve buildings, the best way to preserve them is by having a relatively low height limit, because as the height limit goes up, two things happen. Those buildings get crushed by the value above them, and there's no way to keep them around, and the few buildings that remain that are landmarked or structure of merit essentially lose their quality because they get overshadowed and loomed over by these newer and bigger buildings. So if you believe in preservation, you want to see it, the best way to do that is keep the lid on. And part of that is obviously, you and I know that all of those new buildings will have rents that are much, much higher than the existing building that's there. And therefore, the existing businesses will slowly be extinct, and you will have nothing but the big chains and all those other things that we've been trying to avoid in our fine, smaller grain cities. So I think that's an important background that everyone needs to understand. That being said, I really like the idea, Nina, of trying to load in directly into the code certain exceptions for structures of merits, for example, exempting them from the sidewalk widening. And that's actually built into the code as another way of keeping that front edge as being clearly defined. So I'm looking for things that we can make that are specific. So I think we could have a discussion from your side as the impact of that, if that line could be maintained where it exists, and the effect of that sawtooth, how good or bad that might develop over time.
Is the idea to give relief to the structures of merit themselves if someone were to come in? So I wrote something down. Let me see if I got this right. Modification to structures of merit could be considered for relief from increased setback requirements. Is that what you were getting at?
No, actually what I was saying is that on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street, the existing character and the existing setbacks are part of the character of those streets. And so I would just not have that sidewalk widening rule on those streets. That would be my
Because can I
preference.
just clarify? Because so if a building were to be torn down and rebuilt, you want to retain that historic street
Scale
front,
of
even
that
if the
street.
building is different.
Yes, and not to bring back the dreaded New York analogy, but I know many fabulous streets with 8-foot sidewalks in my beloved Greenwich Village, which obviously has a hell of a lot more people than we have here. And it's, when the action is happening, people don't care how wide the sidewalk is. I think it's more important to have the character and to have a 2nd Street and a 4th Street that feel like Santa Monica and have an authenticity. I think authenticity is one of the things that is a great risk when you start changing the setbacks of every single building on the block or every new one. And that authenticity of our downtown is something we should really think hard about.
So we looked at the street widths of the downtown. Rachel went out and measured all of them. We know that there are an extreme amount of discrepancies between street width from street to street and from block to block. Is there a specific street width that you would consider complements a merit of structure that we should consider on either streets?
I think 2nd Street should be what it is. I think 2nd Street, the way it developed, is part of the context of the historic.
But if it's 8 feet at one space and 10 feet at another space, which space, I guess, would be?
It depends on where the property line is. If it's 10 feet in another space because that building was built in 1984 and there was some incentive for them to have setback or have ground floor open space, then that is space they can have back, in theory.
Well, it's not theory. You actually have to say what you want.
I think that that the historic street face is part of the character of
so
that street.
You are actually saying it's an 8-foot sidewalk there then?
It is.
Right. So,
Yes.
okay. So other people have got comments at this stage. Commissioner Kennedy.
Just for the record, it's a 12-foot sidewalk.
Whatever.
Which one?
Second Street. It's not an 8-foot sidewalk.
No, but I'm asking the question. You were using 8 and 10.
Well, there's a photograph in the plan of like that Italian place, Buca di Beppo, where somebody says on the caption underneath the photograph in the plan that there's only 3 feet 6 inches between the fence for their outdoor dining area and the start of the tree well or something like that, which is barely enough for 2 people to walk side by side. That's definitely not adequate. So I hear the proposal, and I have opened the comments from the Landmarks Commission, and everything that you're saying is really intriguing. And I ultimately, in addition to my comments, look forward to hearing at some future date staff's response to these comments, so that we can, as Commissioner Fata Bernardi said earlier, have some more of that professional guidance in addition to these proposals, because to me they seem to run counter to what you said earlier, which is expanding the central shopping area to the extent feasible to 2nd and 4th, but we're never going to widen the sidewalks. I kind of feel like there's the benefit to finding structures of merit that do enhance landmarks and doing adaptive reuse whenever possible. But in like, at least the way I see it right now, while there's still time to think about it as we look forward to the red line, is that if you were to balance, in my mind, the benefit to the public and the benefit to the private property owner, to me it seems that the proposal to grandfather the sidewalk width or keep them the same on 2nd and 4th ends up being more of a majority of a benefit to the property owner, who's going to maybe keep that facade, but the inside ends up getting entitlements for whatever it is because you kept the facade, and then the public is actually the one getting shortchanged, because although there is that historical reference in the community, we still have standards for landscaping and buffers, and unless those change, and we're not putting ballards out like they do in other cities where there's really narrow sidewalks and tons of activity and there's no trees and it's just ballards and the cars whiz by. I think this needs a lot more thorough thought, and I like the idea of facades, like I said, complementing each other. I do think that's really important, but I'm not sure how it fits together in this plan to accommodate more people on the street in the same way. So I'm not in favor. I like a lot that I've read, but I'm not sure I'm in favor of like grandfathering the sidewalk widths.
Okay.
May I make one more comment?
Please.
First of all, obviously it's, pretty clear, Pasadena and pretty much every small city in in California as you go up and down the coast and so forth, that these historic neighborhoods and neighborhoods that have that old feeling are huge draws for tourists. So I think the possibility of expanding that activity from the promenade to these other 2 streets is greater if we do this. And that one restaurant with the giant sidewalk cafe, I don't know how that got approved a long time ago, but it was at a much sleepier time in Santa Monica. And it is what it is. And we eventually, that we'll have an opportunity to fix that. And I don't know whose idea it was to put the tree well right in front of where the giant sidewalk cafe was, but so I feel like throwing away that whole street and that row of old brick buildings because there's one big sidewalk cafe that somebody put a tree in front of.
So could I just intervene? So Mr. Page, you've heard this discussion. Have you guys got enough to go away and think about what the options might be, and then we'll have a longer discussion about this in January? Great.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fresco, are there some other things on your list? I know there are other things on your list.
I'm trying really hard to be restrained here.
Well, I do think one point that should be made is that what we did through the zoning update and now the zoning ordinance is we wove the whole concept of conservation and historic preservation and issues through many, many chapters. And I think that's, Commissioner Anderson, what you were alluding to, that one little chapter is not enough. We've got to think about the resources we've got and how we preserve them and what we do to maintain them as a viable force.
I guess yes, and I'm happy to reiterate, which is I almost feel like The policies are dancing around the issue a little bit, and I feel like we should just bite the bullet and decide what we're going to recognize as a historic building and decide what we decide is not a historic building instead of kind of leaving these buildings in a weird limbo. I mean, the language on goal 1 is so kind of like consider, maybe, sorta, and so, I mean,
So are you putting up?
I would agree with Commissioner Fresco, which is we should run these buildings through the process and decide. We should figure out a way to create something that's like a structure of merit designation. We should run them through the process and either designate them as landmarks or designate them as structures of merit, and then there's a clear process for how they get preserved and incorporated.
So that's an interesting idea. Is that something that you could take away and have a look at and come back?
Yeah, we certainly can. One thing I'd want to mention is that some of these things, like the structure merit designation and certainly landmark designation, that's in the landmarks ordinance. So if we were to create a landmark designation process, we would probably look at it in the context of that, and it should be incorporated into the plan. But that's kind of a separate work effort that we are hoping that it takes over the next year or so. But we're not updating that.
It does seem, though, that there's two things that are happening. You're hearing from the Commission that there are these buildings and there are resources that members of the Commission and probably members of the community would like to see preserved, enhanced. And there's also a second legal process that means the Landmarks Commission can't do what it used to do. So how do we resolve that? And Commissioner Anderson has said we have to bite a bullet somewhere along the line. So let's just put it to you and throw you a question and say, how will we do this?
So I'm Rachel Kwok, environmental planner. I'm just going to add that on the development standards in the plan on page 216, we do set up a process for a heightened level of review for properties that's on the HRI. So whereas, for example, sometimes there's properties on an HRI, our current system, allows, alterations to occur. It might not, it could happen. It could alter the historic context of that or historic character of that particular resource, even though it's not designated. So under the plan, any alterations or anything significant that you're doing to that resource would be reviewed. So this is not something that's in our existing ordinance right now, so the plan does provide for a heightened level of review.
Commissioner Anderson, does that get to what you were wanting?
And it's reviewed by whom?
So it depends. So if it's in-kind replacement, that review is conducted by city staff, the landmarks and ARB staff. And for all other alterations, if that building's on an HRI, the applicant will have to prepare a report that shows that it's not altering the potential historic significance of that resource.
And maybe you want to add structures of merit to this chart.
Yeah, we could definitely do that.
That was one of the ones I was saving for next time.
Yeah, and when it says HRI, it includes structures of merit, but we'll be more clear.
So it's actually a different designation. They aren't technically either of the things that are here. They really need to be listed separate.
So perhaps that could be the starting point for how you think about the things we've been talking about tonight and the resolution, which is either to strengthen it or to put it somewhere else or whatever.
We got
it. Okay. Commissioner Fresco, what else is on the list?
I think I've covered it. The Landmarks Commission.
That can't be true.
The Landmarks Commission did provide a list of areas in the rest of the document that should be thought of, and there are things like, shingles are not encouraged, but we should have an exception for landmarks because sometimes you're building something new adjacent to a landmark and it needs to be compatible. So we don't want to say, well, we shouldn't build shingles, things like that. Also, again, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street. I remember sitting in this room over there and they were planning a whole new lighting scheme, and I tried all that I could to encourage the city to restore the historic light standards on those streets that were at that time still considered potential historic districts. That was before a new inventory was done, and we realized how much more we had lost after that first 50% that we lost. But, we should really think about street furniture and things like that that would be compatible with a historic environment for those particular streets. So, and there's more things on their list. I'll let you read their list yourself since they sent it to you.
Cool. Anyone else on this want to jump in? No? If there's nothing else on the list,
I think we can move on.
excellent. So let's move to Chapter 4E, Infrastructure. You've got enough, Mr. Page, out of that?
Yes, thank
and
you.
if you don't, contact Commissioner Fresco.
Thank you.
So would you like to speak to this infrastructure section, please? The goals, I mean, is there anything about these goals that are unique in this plan as opposed to the previous one?
No, I don't think there are. I mean, the idea is that we are committed to providing the ample amount of infrastructure that we need in the city as we grow as a downtown. We're working with our Public Works Department. They're currently doing a sewer study to understand the capacity of the sewers right now and where they're at, and that will be folded into the EIR. That'll be released once we have that information, can actually fold that into it. And then we're working with our Office of Sustainability to understand what they're trying to do as far as their strategies for water use reduction. And I'm sorry, we tried to have them here tonight to explain the strategies, but they were all indisposed. And so if we could just go through the goals, I don't know if we need to spend a lot of time on it, but...
No. So Commissioner Kennedy has if you've got questions or comments, now's the moment to make it. Commissioner Kennedy.
Got them. Well, I had a question about this chapter, and the question is about roads and sidewalks and alleys and driveways and parking lots and things, because there's another section, for example, page 131 of this plan specifically says, like, quote, streets and sidewalks are public infrastructure, right? Mm-hmm. And then the EPA's water website talks a lot about the difficulties in creating standards, Department of Transportation standards for like permeable surfaces and pavements and things like that. And but again, the EPA's website does specifically say that roads are part of the infrastructure system because they do, even if it's runoff, they convey. So I'm wondering why sidewalks, alleys, parking lots, roads, and other areas aren't listed in here in this table, for example, on page 1, and it's not really referenced that much elsewhere in this chapter, but it is talked about, like there's swales talked about in other sections, and I kind of thought that maybe this chapter needs a little bit of a rewrite to kind of include that, even if it's saying we're, in public or private development, where it's in alleys, maybe we can do some kind of a permeable pavement, and we should. The EPA website talked about Seattle and a couple of other places having pilot programs for these swales where they capture the water underneath and all that, but that's not mentioned in here. But we're looking at a document that's taking us into the future, so maybe we can strive for some of those things. So is it possible to, and I understand you've got the PEIR, you're doing the water master plan, there's all these assessment, a lot of this stuff is still going to come out, but can some of the things I just talked about be included in here to say, even alleys or other places where we can do pilot projects and get included in that list?
Right, and I think you make a really great point. In this chapter, we're focused on the utilities and infrastructure, but maybe your ideas would be better suited in the sustainability section of the development standards, or possibly in the circulation section when we talk about roads.
So then why aren't roads and alleys and other places listed as infrastructure?
Well, we talk about them at length in the circulation chapter. And we just focus on the utilities and the infrastructure.
Is it a way? Is it? And it's not in here. Is it because of the way they're funded, or what is like? What's the reason that they're? It's just because it's a piece of infrastructure that you feel is better suited for a different chapter.
In the circulation section, correct.
All right.
Which we're coming to next.
Okay. As long as they're, essentially, no one's going to say, well, that's not infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So, any other questions or comments? Any more from you, Commissioner Kennedy? I don't want to cut you off. I'll go to Commissioner Fonda Bernardi and come back to you.
That was the main thing.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Seemed like in terms of the water, the key item is on page 119. We expect the consumption to go up 30%, and we were about at 65-70% of our local production, and to get to water neutrality, we would have to essentially double our consumption, our water availability for the downtown. And I'm wondering if that's a realistic goal. I mean, are we just participating here in wishful thinking?
I could speak to it a little bit. I know that OSE, the Office of Sustainability and Environment, is bringing forward to council a proposal to discuss future water saving options for new projects. I think what they're proposing is a water neutrality policy or an approach, which means that similar to what was recently approved as part of the 2 projects in the downtown, which is that if you consume this much water, you have to offset it somewhere else. So that's what they're going to be bringing to council soon.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is that realistic? That is, I may consume this much more here, but I'm asking someone else to take that many fewer showers. Where does that teeter-totter actually end up? Is this a real thing, or is this just kind of, well, we're going to pay lip service to it, and then we're going to move ahead and paint ourselves into a deeper corner?
You know, the city believes that we could achieve water self-sufficiency, the goal, through all the conservation measures. They're talking about, drilling new wells to expand the existing groundwater supply, all the conservation efforts that they're implementing right now. And they believe that by 2030, or I forgot what the date was, that we will be achieving self-sufficiency.
Okay. And who is monitoring that? Someone says to you, well, here's the growth curve doing this, and here's the supply curve doing this, and the gap gets bigger and bigger. When do we say, oh, well, I guess we can't bridge the gap, time to, get bigger genes? In other words, we just can't go on a diet, and so we're going to...
OSC monitors that continuously. They're also required by law to produce an urban water management plan to show that there's sufficient water, and I'm sure they'll come back with updates on how they're achieving the water self-sufficiency goal too.
And when do those updates come out? Have we seen any? Where are we on that process?
I think we're coming up against a 5-year, we're at the end of a 5-year plan, and we will have to adopt a new 5-year plan, and I believe that's in July. So there is a lot happening on that front between the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which is yet to be implemented, as well as the possibility of a no net new water ordinance, which may or may not be adopted. But my understanding is the way they intend to implement that is to basically have an offset by requiring either the developer to find multifamily or multifamily residential, which can be upgraded with lower, more efficiency toilets and so forth. And so they do have a concrete plan for that to suggest to council for consideration.
Well, I guess what I'm asking then, I love these concrete plans, but are there baseline measurements? Do we know where we're starting from, and have we had any? We've been doing this for a while now. We've been pulling out the the sprinklers and putting in the drip irrigation. Everybody's been taking fewer showers, blah, 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 blah. How are we doing on bending the curve, and how much farther do we have to go? I mean, in other words, this is a realistic goal. And to wake up and say, well, the next 5-year plan is when we're going to do it. Like, we're going to go on a diet tomorrow and not today. So where are we?
Well, we do have an excellent OSC division, and they do constantly monitor this and provide updates, and I'm sure staff will have one of them here the next time around you get to look at the DSP again. So I think we understand what you want to see, and hopefully they can provide that information. But my understanding is they do have all of that information.
Okay, thank you.
And perhaps Planning Department would get someone from OSC to talk to Commissioner Fonda Bernardi offline and give him a full briefing of how this is going to work out.
Right, and I'll put you in connection with that person.
So this is not the first time a Commissioner has raised some issues about the numbers and the statistics, and it's an important thing, I think, going forward for him to have confidence in those things. Anybody else like to raise anything in the infrastructure area? Great. Have you got enough, Mr. Page?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's move to circulation. We have Ms. Rollinson, author of the pedestrian plan, with us. And Mr. Page, who's dealing with this?
Beth is going to be answering most of your questions. This is completely her wheelhouse. We get to go through the goals really quick if you would like.
Please.
Okay, so goal number one, ensure the downtown is a mobility center where people have ready access from all modes of transportation. We spoke about this during the initial staff report, that we are, attacking from all angles, or a multi-pronged approach to the traffic issues that we have in the downtown. That includes the bike share launch that we all saw happen last week, getting people different modes of transportation, such as the bike share, the car share. We have, and Francie would know the number of this, we have a number, maybe a dozen car share locations right now. We're working on a number of locations right now, and then looking advantage of the train, this major infrastructure improvement that we have coming in the downtown, and getting people to use buses and other forms of transportation. But the downtown streets are safe and interesting with high quality design. I think that obviously that speaks for itself. Create a complete system by filling in gaps, transportation needs, especially for bikes and pedestrians, and we're looking at places where we can do that, especially on the southern end of town, where we show in the plan the expansion of some of the street grid, and also connecting bikes and other forms of travel to the station itself. And obviously with the bike action plan in place right now, making sure that we carry that forward and get the biking infrastructure in place as we go along. People find travel in the downtown predictable and convenient. They should be able to find these different modes of travel and be able to use them. And like the bike share is a perfect example of that, where you can download the app and go in, and even I can get on a bike and go in and type in my code and check out a bike. So anyone can do it. Downtown is linked to surrounding areas by an outstanding transportation system. Again, this one speaks for itself, and we're working on that with the improvements that we're making at the TOD site to make sure that everyone can access the train, and the different modes are spread out throughout the downtown to get people in and through the downtown in the mode of travel that they prefer.
So, Commissioners, there are two huge issues in this downtown specific plan. The first is the development standards, which are the heights and the size of the buildings. And the other is what happens on the street. Now, for me, ultimately, the street is the most important feature. That's what people remember. Did they have a good experience? Was it easy to get in and out of town? And what served us over the last 20 or 30 years was this park once and walk. However, it is also equally clear that traffic is choking the city. And so I think this is a moment for us to get, yet again, really aggressive about how we deal with the traffic and the cars. And it seems we have more options now because we have a train that's arriving, and yet we're somewhere more distant. So I keep pushing the idea that the city's got to be about the walkability, and the more we can push cars out of the downtown, out to those peripheries. And one of the important issues is thinking about the pricing and how we price people's stay, and I'm not sure that we're aggressive enough in that at the moment. But one of the other complaints is that residents make is, well, you know, there's never any parking when I go down there and it's unfair and you're pricing me out of the downtown. So I would like some consideration to be given to whether it's all residents be given a quantity of time or some usability of parking in the downtown to let them do what they say they want to do, which is go down there and access a dry cleaner or something. It could be 5 hours annually or 10 hours annually or some discount or something. There's also not that sort of easy friction of 15-minute parking spaces or 10-minute parking spaces. Again, one of those things that people talk about. I don't know how you fit it in, but I guess my concept is to try and keep the people who are coming in from out of town on an irregular basis from entering the core downtown areas by making parking on the periphery more available, by pricing them out that way, by pushing our long-term parkers out of the downtown and making these core areas more accessible and more available to residents, whether some of it is a discount on pricing or some availability for a parking spot, whatever. The other thing that I think we need to look at is people keep talking about how other areas have these really great streetscapes, like Abbot Kinney has a fantastic streetscape, or I go to Pasadena and it's really great, and how do all these little shops thrive? And so on, I go, it's the parking. So little shop fronts don't have this crushing parking requirement if they want to shift from being retail to restaurant. That's one of the problems that we've got. The friction is that if you shift from being a retail to a restaurant, suddenly you've got to provide a lot more parking spaces, but in our city at the moment with the in lieu, you might have to pay $40,000 because you're now covering the whole deficiency of the parking. So that becomes a disincentive. So instead of Commissioner Fonda Bernardi's, coffee shop or someone else's cheeky little bar, that becomes not a thing you do. It becomes a corporate thing because they're the only ones with the resources to put a Chipotle up on 7th Street and take the size, and they absorb all that loss in their marketing budget. But if I start something, that startup cost particularly the parking cost or the transition cost is very high. So is there some way we can look at really small, it could be under 1,000 feet, it could be under 1,500 feet, but really small front, being given a break on some of these parking requirements while we try and push the bigger users of that, of parking into the bigger structures. I notice also in this report that we haven't got all the private providers who have big chunks of parking locked up but aren't releasing it to us. So the issue is why not? And we still don't have the TMO in place, but there are at least 1,600 parking spots that are not currently being used in this city by the general public because they're in private lots. But that would be a massive transformation of our capacity to take cars off the street. So I'd like to see the bike parking changed. I think if you say we're going to have smaller shop fronts, we're not going to put as much parking into it, people still want to get there. But if you provide the bike parking, we've seen in city after city around the world, people do come that way or they start walking. And if people can't do the bike parking, a bike parking fee in lieu, so you can create this all over the place. And you're starting to change the idea of what the city is from a car-centric place to one where you're incentivising the bike or the walking, and you're also focusing on residents, whether they're residents in the city, living in the downtown or living somewhere else in Wilmont or Sunset Park, getting in there. So that's kind of my first chop at this, because I think we're still actually in an old paradigm, which is everybody drives into the downtown and they drive around and they find a spot, or they complain about the price of parking. 2 hours, it's not enough, it should be 3. But essentially you're giving away inexpensive parking to guys who are coming in from out of town. You're encouraging them to come. And you're killing the very thing that people want in our city, which is to come from somewhere, Sunset Park, into the city or into the downtown. That's my first chop.
Okay, so just, did you want me to respond to this?
Please, if you'd like
to. So as far as the discount for residents, I think it's an interesting idea. It's something that we'd have to talk to our parking office with and see if there is a way to address that. Parking pricing is something that we've kind of struggled with over the years, but we understand it's a very important part to the parking system, especially with the train coming, and what that's going to mean for daily parkers. As far as smaller businesses, we came forward a couple years ago with the parking in lieu fee, which updated the fee, and it does increase the fee for change of use if you intensify the use. So maybe there's a way to look at some of these smaller businesses, at least in the core, to make sure and see if there's a way to give them some relief from those standards. Like you said, if they had to pay $40,000 to get started for new parking, maybe there's a way. And when we do finish this plan, the idea is that we would expand the parking in lieu fee district to include the entire boundaries of downtown, not just the Bayside or the core downtown where it exists right now. So I think that's something that we could work on. The private providers, we talked about this in my initial staff report that we did. Linda and I did a observation study of some of the larger office buildings in the downtown to see what their usage is of their parking and just observation. It typically was around 65% for a lot of those spaces. So we know that there are some excess spaces out there that are being underutilized, and it could come into the city system and as stock of shared parking, but obviously it would mean the city acting as the intermediary and taking on liability. We've done that with several locations in the downtown already, but it's not as, we wish it was easier to get some of these people to get on board and work within the city system, and something that I know our parking office continues to strive for. And I know Colleen Stoll is working on the TMO, and we're bringing a provider on January.
Right, so the city released a request for proposals for the executive director for the Transportation Management Organization in October. We got 4 proposals back, and we're doing interviews next week. So we anticipate bringing a contract to the council for potential approval end of January. So the contract would be for 3 years for a Transportation Management Association to get up and running, with requirement that they have noticeable presence within the first 4 months.
In the downtown specifically?
The funding being used to pay for the TMO is actually funding that was collected citywide, and so the TMO needs to operate citywide per that funding source.
Okay. So that's a step. Ms. Rollinson.
Good evening, Beth Rowlandson, Principal Transportation Planner. I wanted to add on to Travis's feedback on some of your comments that regarding normalizing parking rates, so to speak, between the smallest businesses. For example, your example, when a small retail business would like to convert to a restaurant, that is something that we addressed in the zoning ordinance, and looks like something you're interested in having us carry over into the downtown area as well. Currently, our thresholds are at 2,500 square feet, 5,000 square feet, and 7,500 square feet and over. So if people have specific ideas about whether that sounds about right for the downtown or not, that would be helpful. And regarding bicycle parking, one of the things that perhaps you'll get updated in your next meeting, the zoning ordinance also calls for bicycle parking in lieu fee. We think that will be particularly important in the downtown. We have had examples of buildings on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street where really there's a desire to have the building go right to the property line, but our requirements say that you should have bicycle parking between the front of the building and the sidewalk. So really, where is the appropriate place for that to be in the core of the downtown? So that's something that's definitely that we are proposing. We're also interested if there's specific feedback that commissioners would like to give us this evening or in the coming weeks about specific changes or recommendations for bicycle parking. We'd be very interested in that as well.
Commissioner Parry, your light's been on for a while.
Oh, thank you. I have a lot of hope in this idea that the pricing and location and time restrictions for parking in the downtown can be set up in a way that does encourage short-term visits, basically the kind of visits that we would expect from residents. And I'd like a better understanding of how this document could play a role in that, and to what degree does the TMO need flexibility in handling that question?
The parking pricing is something that I think will be revisited more frequently than the downtown specific plan will be visited. That it is something that we appear to be on track to revisiting our parking for our public parking every few years, and hopefully our downtown specific plan will outlast that. I think there are goals. I think the downtown specific plan, the goals and policies that set forth really will help the framework and be something against which any future policies and specifically pricing policies will be measured against.
Yeah, I wanted to add to that too, that the parking office is undertaking a study right now to look at parking behavior. They're going to be doing intercept surveys. They're also looking at the parking utilization data for each of the parking structures to figure out which parking structures are being the most used, trying to understand parking behavior so they could better establish parking pricing. So they are currently working on that study right now.
And within the draft document, are there goals that you feel articulate this concept of setting our parking policies to encourage residents to utilize the most convenient parking as opposed to the regional users?
We do have a specific section on parking management that it references short-term and long, kind of different parking users, more about their duration and frequency of parking, whether someone's a short-term visitor or whether someone's a frequent visitor or one-time infrequent user, that those people have probably different needs and different tolerances for being flexible. If you're on your international vacation and you have one day to spend in Santa Monica, you're probably going to you're more likely to spend a lot of money for your one-day parking so you can maximize your experience, versus if you are going to frequently use a professional service downtown, you know where the free 2-hour parking is in downtown on the periphery, and you're more likely to use that. The concept of residents, so to speak, as specific users have not so far been described in the downtown specific plan.
Okay, well then I would suggest that, with as lead up to the strategy for encouraging short-term and looking at the parking policies through that lens of short-term versus long-term parking, that this plan articulate that one of the primary goals is to ensure that the downtown continues and perhaps expands in its accessibility to residents, Santa Monica residents, that are seeking to access the downtown by car.
Commissioner, Ms. Stephan?
I just wanted, I think Beth had a very complete answer. I just wanted to add that we've talked about the Transportation Management Organization in terms of parking regulation, and I think it's important just to clarify that I think that the city has a parking office and also works really closely with Downtown Santa Monica Inc. on issues of parking in the downtown. So I don't think that would be a primary focus for that organization to add them to the mix. But I think what Beth said about the sort of frequency of looking at parking and using this document as a guide, as that is done frequently, is a really good way to think about it. That this provides a good policy framework for which more regular review can be guided.
And I would also like to raise the questions or the comments that I did previously about the vision for the overall supply of parking in the downtown. And I would encourage a pretty clear statement in this document that the idea is only to add parking for new uses, and also articulate the general vision that staff told us last week, that the additional parking supply would be on-site serving housing and off-site shared parking that's serving new retail ground floor uses. I mean, I think there's sense to that, and I would hope that is articulated in a clear fashion in the document, that's what we're shooting for here.
And turning over multiple times every day, so serving different audiences in different ways.
Right. And I would also ask staff if there is an opportunity within this to consider it a mid-level goal of how to treat parking structures that are in need of renovation and goals related to those sites, and considering the possibility of an actual reduction in the overall supply of downtown parking serving the existing needs.
You mean in the public sphere or just in general?
Well, I have parking structure 1 in mind, but it is a larger picture, so it applies to the privately held and publicly held spaces.
And in the city of Berkeley, they've recently passed an ordinance which was supported by everyone, I believe, on the council, which was that adjacent to transport areas, or the BART, there'd be a reduction in parking, but the value that was that the developer received from that would be captured and put back into the community in other ways. Have we thought about something like that? I know, again, the way I see it, this document was written a couple of years ago. We had the zoning update, which we moved through, and I think the discussion has moved on, and we actually need to be much more aggressive about controlling the car situation in our city. It just is killing everything, particularly at the weekends. No one's happy.
The current, I think the closest that we get to that right now is the work that we had done with the extension of the parking and lieu fee for the downtown area, that in the past those funds needed to be narrowly spent on parking. The way that the the law is written now, that while it can be spent on parking, it can be spent on alternative transportation and encouraging alternative transportation as well. So that is
Big blue bus, would that qualify?
I have to look at the specific language to see if it can be directly for providing services or not.
Commissioner, you have been, yes, circulated. You've been waiting for a while.
Can I add one quick thing to that?
Of course.
I'd like to reiterate, we talked about this in the staff report earlier, that the parking standards that we have in the plan right now are less onerous than the ones that you'll see in the zoning code, and that's based on the fact that we have ample public transportation available in the downtown.
Can you repeat what you said? You talked a little quickly for me.
Sorry, caught my second wind earlier. So the development standards that you see in the book here, we kept those in here only if they were less onerous than the standards for the same use in the zoning code. So the retail standards you see in here would necessarily be less than the ones that you'll see in the zoning code, and that's because we have the trains downtown, we have a lot of bus service in the downtown, and so we realize that we have a lot of availability to it.
Right, don't you mean more onerous?
Yeah.
Sorry.
You mean you're tougher
We're
in
tougher,
the downtown?
obviously.
Yeah, you just said less onerous, that's all. Okay, Commissioner.
He meant less onerous. He means there's fewer
Oh,
parking
yeah,
spaces.
you're right.
Oh, depends on your point of view.
Yes, it does always. Commissioner.
First, I just have to say, when I went through this document, because I was trying to understand the order of everything, I outlined each chapter just to sort of understand. And the outline for this chapter is like 2/3 of a page. I had to like walk and read out loud in order not to fall asleep because it was so unbelievably redundant. And each section repeats and repeats. And I mean, I cannot overstate how desperately this needs to be
Could it be slimmed down
revised.
or cut in half?
Or a third or a quarter?
Right, and I think we've all talked about this and agree that this chapter needs some reorganization, TLC.
Okay.
And a lot of it is the action items. You know, we have over 100 action items in here, which are all very important.
But
And they also are duplicated and live in the implementation chapter. So those could take out a lot of the text right there, and there is a lot of redundancies.
Sounds
and,
like yes.
Right.
And we will be going through
And
this.
not every single thing needs to be explained again if you explain it in the beginning.
Gotcha.
So that said, my notes are a little disjointed because sometimes I'm repeating things that I already took a note on previously, so I'll try to be as concise as possible. But one of the things that I noted about traffic control in general that I just wanted to clarify, and maybe this, I felt a little bit like the document was sort of not really saying it completely, and I had to intuit it, is that the plan imagines that we can reduce traffic by about 10% by adding these other transportation options. And if we do that, we can improve circulation to about 15 to 20 miles an hour. And because we have these other, again, options, that is really the most we can hope for traffic. That's what we mean by solving traffic. Is that, did I get that? Is that a summary of what we're trying to get to?
I'd like to add a couple of things to that.
That would be good.
I don't think that any of our documents, including this document, say that we're going to solve traffic.
Not solve,
That we want to make sure that it's this delicate balance of management that we do to make the systems to do all of these implementation items so that we have as many different tools as are disposable at our disposal, and that we're using them. I think part of the discussion that's within the document is that to reduce existing trips, that it enables us to have additional uses come in that might generate new trips as well, and that we think that that there's some room to do that there are people that are making automobile trips to the downtown uses now that could likely enjoy making other choices about walking or taking transit or bicycling to downtown. And that the full analysis of what that will be and the different options will be in the EIR itself. But I think the philosophically where the document is going is how do we best use the system now, and how do we be good stewards of what we have and make all the modes work well, including making it work well for people who drive.
Okay. So basically, the thing I outlined is basically what I read. I understand what you're saying, and I don't think it's a terrible thing. I just wanted to make sure, I feel like it needs to be really crisp. This is what we can hope with the tools we have for traffic. We are also providing a lot of other modes. So because there are so many other kinds of transportation, we're expanding the buses, we have the train, we have the bikes. I'm wondering if maybe we can expand our idea of where these hubs are going to be. I'm a little worried that it's going to be just like a transportation nightmare if it's all by the train. And, I really like the idea of satellite transit hubs, if you will. And so that's something to think about, so that, those gateways might be places. I hate to use that word. So that was another thing. And then we were talking, the commissioners, about bike racks and things, and that triggered another one of my thoughts. Neil was saying earlier that bike racks are an opportunity for perhaps an art expression, and we have some pretty cool bike racks in Ocean Park, and I love them. Super cool. And when I think about bike racks in front of every building and so forth, I start thinking that the next book that's going to come out of UCLA is The High Cost of Free Bike Racks. And, maybe we need to consolidate where we're putting bike parking and not have those things in front of every building, which leads me to yet another one of these things that I see developing in this plan. So we have art, we have wayfinding, we have bike racks, we have street furniture, we have street lamps, we have benches, we have planters, we have swales. We need somebody to be in charge of how all this stuff is fitting together and is going to look, and how much of it is going to appear on any one street. And I just feel like there's so many different, I see Disneyland when I look at this, with so many things.
So, Commissioner Fresco, I think that is a good point for implementation, and I hope you're writing that down.
There's a thing in here about wayfinding in this chapter.
Yeah, but I think overall it's a really good point to make about that.
But I think that's kind of a big thing,
okay.
And, we have an urban designer, and I know he does a lot of stuff, but he has that word designer in his title. So
very cool.
I can't help but think about that. But somebody needs to be in charge of that. And, and then that also means that, when I walk around the city and I see at every curb cut that there's those yellow squares with the bumps for people to know when they get to the corner. And it's like, why do they always have to be that awful shade of yellow and that weird rectangle? And that's like another opportunity for something that could actually look good. And I love the idea of making functional things look good. And instead of adding more extra stuff, just make the stuff we need be the stuff that is good to look at. So that is also one of my comments.
Okay, thanks.
And
Commissioner Newbomb? Oh, you.
Hold on. Just hold your horses there. We also, you know how I feel about sidewalks. And I think I said last time what I think of parklets. I am worried that that's a little too much.
And yet they're going ahead. Isn't that amazing?
I know they are. Well, I'm new around here.
like them when you see
Maybe you'll have a change of mind.
I think that they're a trend, and we're going to like them for a while, and then we're going to take them out. That's what I think. But it's okay. You can enjoy them while they're here. And then my last thing has to do with circulation and the roadway plans. And, I sent an email to staff this morning. I have a lot of thoughts about how we work out that south end of downtown Michigas that we have. That, you know, right now, if you make the wrong turn or you don't go all the way through or you don't get out of your own way, you're like thrown right into the middle of traffic congestion in downtown. We really need to fix that and make a way to get out of Fifth Street nightmare. So I have ideas about that. I don't know if you have ideas or what you have to say.
Yeah, we received your diagram earlier. We haven't had time as a team to talk about it. It's a really interesting idea. I know we've talked about the single point interchange east of Lincoln at one point, and there's been a lot of ideas that have been talked about to try to increase flow around that area more than just the Olympic overpass being a component of the overall picture. But I think it's a great idea to look at that comprehensively, and we'll be talking about that once we get to it.
Commissioner Newbold now.
I feel like I don't even really know now what I'm going to be saying.
No,
so
you'll be great.
I'll be great. Yeah. Okay. So I guess I just want to get back to the goals.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're pretty much right on target. I mean, I think the priorities on the pedestrian realm are what we want, and yet we're always talking about cars, and I'm going to talk about cars too. Parking fees, I do not understand this discount for residents. It doesn't make any sense to me. But I do think, I think that would be counterproductive, although I appreciate what he's saying, which is that residents want to be able to do quick trips. And so I think we can continue to work on that with pricing, particularly with our meters. Right now on 4th Street, there are 3-hour meters. We don't need 3-hour meters on 4th Street. If people are staying for 3 hours, they should be going into the structures. So we should have like 1-hour meters on 4th Street. And I mean, I just...
What about 15-minute meters?
Or
Seriously?
15-minute meters, because then it allows you to pop in. I think the south side, I said this before, I don't think parking is the problem. I think we heard Downtown Inc. say they think there's plenty of parking downtown. It's just accessing it. And so I think the south side residents have a particular trouble accessing our downtown because they just have a few roads to come in on. So I think we need to continue thinking about satellite parking. I mean, even the Civic Center, for people who are pretty capable of walking, that's actually a pretty convenient location if you live on the south side to park and walk into town if the walk was better. So if you, again, focused on wider sidewalks and the bridge on 4th Street we're talking about? Yeah. All of that would make it easier for people on the south side to access downtown. I actually think the way I interpreted the 15 to 20 miles an hour wasn't like that's the best we can do. I think that's what we want to do. You don't want people racing through downtown because it's supposed to be for pedestrians. So that seems totally appropriate to me. I guess I do wonder how Uber and Lyft and taxis fit into all of this. I know taxis have to do taxi stands, but Ubers are everywhere, and how that is going to fit in at the light rail. Like, are people going to come in and then hop in an Uber? I don't know if we've thought about where all of those vehicles are going to go. Just something caught my eye that I didn't understand. Under these access zones, I'm not totally sure that I understand what an access zone is, but assuming that I do, it says, in general, priority in the access zones will be given to activities such as consolidated valet. I'm assuming that means you can drive into the downtown and leave your car and have a valet take your car and you can go shopping in a restaurant. Well,
right.
I kind of think that's a cool idea, and I also think it's a terrible idea because we're encouraging people to drive into the downtown. We don't want consolidated valet, I don't think. And so I'm a little disturbed that that's the first thing on the list.
Okay.
It seems to me at least it should be the last thing on the list because we want people to park in a satellite and walk. We don't want them to drive in and make it really easy for them just to leave their car. So that's, and I'm sorry, Downtown Inc., if you don't like that. I think that's all I have at this point.
It was great, wasn't it? So, anyone else on this subject? Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about pedestrians, not about cars, and specifically the the 3rd Street Promenade has been struggling to extend its experience to 2nd and 4th Street. And I think it's a valuable endeavor. And one of the ways they were approaching it was this idea of these mid-city, mid-block accesses that would run all the way through. And maybe you have some thoughts on this, or maybe our architect has some thoughts on this. First of all, it seems very hard to get a mid-city block access passageway to go all the way through, because you always end up bumping into a property that
Right.
doesn't have one, and then you need an offset, and by the time you get the offset, you've lost the power of it. So my question is twofold. One, is this a fool's errand, meaning should we even pursue these objects? The implication, either they're too difficult to obtain or we don't really need them. The 600-foot blocks are fine. People are willing to walk around them, so why should we knock ourselves out? But if we do decide that we need them for whatever reason or wherever we need them, what would be the kinds of incentives we could use to incentivize property owners to put them in for us? What would that look like?
Right, and I think, it's just good, planning sense to try to break up some of these bigger blocks, especially when they're 600 feet, and allow pedestrian access where you can to get through the block. We realize that it's not the easiest thing to achieve, but we do see it in some of the development agreements, and that's typically the way I think that we'd probably have to go about actually achieving some of these cut-throughs through the block, as we're seeing proposed in 5th and Arizona and some of the other properties. We've seen it on the promenade because just out of goodwill, the property owner at the Coffee Bean allows I believe it's out of goodwill, allows the pass through to the parking structure, to the restrooms where people can use it. And so we don't want to throw that idea out, and I believe David has something to add to that.
Yeah, and the existing Bayside specific plan and the previous plan, the 3rd Street Mall specific plan, both included incentives for the block passageways. In most cases, linking the promenade to the parking structures, and I mean that would mild success. The Jansport, the project that run on 3rd Street, that passageway was built because they were able to go 2 extra floors of housing. The passageway with the food court that's currently under renovation, that passageway, which is a dedicated passageway, that was because they were the extra floor. And otherwise, those are the only 2 that were built that took advantage of the incentives. That's said, there's some others, like the Coffee Bean that leads to the bathroom and the parking structure. That's just there because the property owner allows it to stay open. So really we saw, as a result of the incentives, we saw 2 passageways constructed, and those are the only 2 that are actually dedicated public passageways.
Got it. Okay. And those incentives would continue in our downtown specific plan? Well, yeah, that's what I would like to say. Is it worth doing? And if so, let's make sure there are tools available to do it.
Yeah, and I think I think to the extent that they provide access to the parking structures, and that is a good thing. I think we just want to be sure that they're designed in a way to make them inviting. We had some other passageways in the past that they were not quite enough, so people really didn't use them just because.
Right.
So perhaps, Mr. Page, you could think about that going into the next iteration, because Commissioner Fonda Bernardi is not the only person who expressed an interest. Others have called them paseos, the cut-throughs that are activated in a way which allows this smaller fine grain that we're talking about, and they connect up. And I think in this document there's a couple of maps which show things in different places. Commissioner Parry and then Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm a fan of the cut-through idea, but if it is going to be pursued, I think that the idea that residents raised about lining the pedestrian walkthrough with some kind of retail, some kind of neighborhood serving retail there, that it could be an opportunity for these economic diversity goals is a really interesting idea that should be explored, and we should look at what other incentives or policies should go along in order to achieve that goal.
Commissioner Anderson.
I'm really excited by the circulation goals, which I think is so nerdy. But I think these goals. I mean, I agree with Commissioner Fresco that this section is very long, but this section is very long, I think, both because circulation was such a high priority for the community, and because it really will have a significant impact on the way that downtown looks and feels and functions. And I'm thrilled that the first priority is all about reminding us that everything we need to do in the downtown should be seen through this lens of the pedestrian, and that we're emphasizing greater priority for transit and active transportation than has historically been given to those modes of transportation, and thinking about how the various modes of transportation that come together in downtown connect, right? I think it's really, that's really important in facilitating people's use of something other than the vehicle, is those connections. I think the pricing discussion was good. I think the pricing for parking is a really important thing to use to get at the concerns and goals that folks were identifying. And frankly, I think it's a way of getting at how to get more of those private establishments to make their parking available if there weren't as much subsidized parking available in the public parking structures around the 3rd Street Promenade, right? If that was more set at a market rate, it's a little bit like, competing with farm subsidies in Europe. They're just not going to do it when, right? They're just not going to do it when the competition is subsidizing it. I have here's my idea for free things for the community, which is figuring out a way to give them discount bus passes rather than discounted parking. There's one policy that caught my eye that I just wanted your thoughts on page 140, where it talks about designing, upgrading, reconstructing downtown streets to function as complete streets that accommodate pedestrians, bicycles, vehicles, and transit. And I guess, do you really mean that every street should be accommodating all those different modes, or are we really talking about, one street may have an emphasis on one of those modes, or?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the big moves in the loose was to look at the city street network and think about differentiating the network in subtle ways. So that's where streets like Wilshire were identified as transit priority streets, but recognized the land uses on either side. So you sort of think about the street in a complete way, inclusive of land use and circulation. I mean, I think the reality is that every mode will use every street in some way, shape, or form, right? So nobody can not be served.
Right.
And then the question comes down to the more subtle choices of, the 6 inches here or there in the cross section, and at what point does a sidewalk need to get wider, and at what point does a bike lane need to go in, or at what point does a transit lane need to go in? So I think we are thinking about the opportunities to differentiate where they're needed, recognizing it's a fairly small downtown. So, for example, 4th Street is identified in loose and continues to be in our thinking, a transit priority street, but also is increasingly a pedestrian priority street. Mm. So I guess it's not a simple answer, and it's something that is constantly evolving as the train is going to be changing the pedestrian patterns and some of the demand patterns. So I don't think that we are assuming every street is the same, and that we need to manage them pretty actively and keep an eye on what the patterns are and adjust as they do change. I mean, even with the whole shared use mobility, TNC's Uber Lyft conversation, like that need for that curb space, or even the request for them to potentially have curb space, didn't exist a year and a half ago. So I think it's a long answer, but I think some differentiation, but not radical differentiation, is the short answer.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just reminding me that the issues about access from the south side that we regularly kind of think about from a vehicle perspective really also apply to these other modes, especially the bicycle, right? 4th Street is a perfect example of that, which is like 4th Street, wrong street to really be biking on, but people bike on it because that's, if you're going to pass through downtown or trying to get in downtown from the south, you got to somehow get across the freeway. So.
It's better than Lincoln, trust me.
Yeah.
I agree with you there.
I mean, it's sort of, it really, that kind of issue, I think, highlights what an interconnected city we are, because I think you could look at the Samo High Safe Routes to School improvements along the north side of Samo High is envisioned some sort of separated two-way cycle track that would effectively serve as a downtown access route. Mm-hmm. But we're such a intertwined community that we don't think about that as a downtown improvement, but that actually would be then a really great downtown connection for people who then, once we resolve then the last block on 4th Street, or then at least the ride on 4th Street is much shorter, or you could ride all the way to Main Street and then ride into downtown on a green lane. So it's, I think your point is really well taken, that southern access is tricky.
Everybody. You just reminded me of one last thing that I wanted to just raise, just thinking about the various modes. Commissioner Newbold brought up Uber and Lyft. I think another component that will need to be taken into consideration are the employer shuttles, right? That it's likely that big employers in Playa Vista and in Venice will be sending shuttles up to the transit stations.
Right. And that's definitely something that we've been increasingly thinking about and looking at. And the interim use for the downtown station site, I think, speaks to that, at least creating space in an interim basis to see what we get, because that design it's fairly cost effective. It's just a lot of asphalt paint and fairly simple materials, but is creating drop-off shuttle spaces in a temporary way that will be in place, half a year after the train is open, and we'll see what kind of shuttle demand we get. Similarly, there's some work out in Mid-City looking, creating some white curb for that kind of drop off and pick up, not kiss and ride, because we don't say that anymore. But yes, I think the interim site is an opportunity for us to keep a close eye on those employer shuttles and what's happening with those, and be adaptive to the demand.
Other comments on the circulation parking, Commissioner Kennedy? And can I just also go a little wider here for a second? It's 11:10. When we finish this section, I think we'll finish for tonight. That leaves us with 3 other sections: community benefits, implementation, and the issues that the planning department put to us initially, 5 to 8 questions about the general principles. So I would propose that at our next meeting on December the 2nd, we start at 6 o'clock and run a session on the downtown specific plan between 6 o'clock and 7:30, 1.5 hours. And then we then switch to the bike plan and the pedestrian plan. It will be an interesting evening, but if we're focused, we can finish it at that time and still conduct the business of the other 2 things. And that way we can wrap up here in a minute and still get out of here relatively fresh. So these will be the final comments on the specific plan this evening, and then your thoughts on whether we should come back on December the 2nd. Okay.
I'm glad to hear you propose that. I think that's a good idea, especially since as we're here all together as the commission is when we get to have our conversations and work everything out, and having that extra time, even for an hour and a half at our next meeting, will enable us to have additional thoughts that maybe we've come up with things over the next couple of weeks. So that's a good option. My comments
on.
Hold on 1 second.
I'll just get from the other. Are you okay with that?
I know. I'm going to wait till she's
All right.
done.
Commissioner Kennedy.
My comments on circulation are, first I wanted to make a comment that is similar to something that Commissioner Fresco said earlier. I also found this section to be really, and there's really redundant, but let me just say it's really very, very clear and totally obvious that staff has put so much work and so much thought into like every paragraph of this section, and it really, really is apparent because of how much detail is in here, but because of all of the perhaps wayfinding is mentioned, the same thing like 4 different times in 4 different places. I definitely urge the rewrite to pare down significantly and try to reduce the places that are redundant. And the comment that I wanted to make that was kind of similar is, I don't know if anybody else felt this way when they were reading it, but I found this chapter in particular, to me, a lot of the goals read like policies. Some of the policies read like goals, and a lot of the policies read like actions, and then that makes the policies and the actions redundant. And so it was really, really hard to follow. So, I was reading it going, well, wait a minute, that's action, so if you can, please take a really close look at that. I mean, and there are so many policies. The way I see it is the amount of policies could probably be pared down and just pushed into actions after we've got the really sound foundation of the goals. So that's like the editor in me. But I wanted to talk briefly about a couple of things. I think there should be a policy in here or a goal, maybe stated as a goal, that throughout the creation of sidewalks in the life of this plan and going forward, that we shouldn't have any obstructions ever, never, in the pedestrian travel lane. And you've heard me say this over and over and over, but over the course of the past 5 years, somebody really high up made the big decision to put bus seats in the middle of the sidewalks, to put benches that face like diagonal in front of restaurants, and light poles. It's just it happens, and so we should make sure that we don't do that going forward, so that people don't have to go around things in the pedestrian through zone. Last week I kind of laid out my idea about how we should widen that pedestrian through zone, so I won't go into that in great detail, except to say again that I think the landscaping and buffers are the things that maybe shouldn't have specific, and the staff, you guys can come back with this idea, but that the landscaping and buffers shouldn't have like fixed widths, that they're the things that kind of expand or contract based on keeping that pedestrian through zone, the travel lane, wide as possible for each street, as proposed in these newly expanded widths that you're proposing throughout the downtown. And I said 10 feet last week. Maybe 8 will work in some places. Maybe 6 or 7 is because of there's places where there isn't going to be much new development. Maybe that's all there can be. But I firmly believe that 6 shouldn't be the minimum everywhere. So in places where you can have an 18 or 20 or wider sidewalk, that you should increase the width of the travel lane, and that way they'll accommodate more people, walking, jogging, riding bikes, using wheelchairs in the future.
We appreciate the evolution of that idea. I think we have enough now to go off and come back with a few concepts.
Thanks. And so the two last things that I wanted to say, on page 137, there's a sentence about it's under number 3 where it says public parking. Halfway through that paragraph, it says pressure on the road network will be reduced by locating new parking at the edges of downtown. So it's the whole periphery parking. But when I read it, and we just talked about the new, the AMC theaters, I couldn't help but read it as by relocating new parking at the edges. And so I don't think that this plan is very clear about, and I guess we'll get through this as there's parking studies going on and whatnot, be very clear about, how, I know somewhere in here it says something like 800 new spaces, but how much will be relocated during the life of this plan? And how much will really be added new? Because new means potentially increasing the amount of single occupancy vehicles. So I just wanted to put that out there, because in some cases, in some instances, I think it will be relocating parking, and some might be new, and maybe it can be geared more towards relocating it in some instances. I'm not sure. And I wanted to point out that in this chapter, there are a few places that talk about the circulator, the trolley, the circulator, whatever it's called. And so on page 141, policy CM 5.4 says, improve local transit service to connect downtown to residents and destinations within 5 miles. That to me screams circulator, you know? And then there are a few other policies, goals, actions very similar to that. But then there's an actual section, and I don't know where it is right now, but there's actually a section on the circulator which talks about just circulating people like around the promenade. So I think they conflict, and it doesn't make sense to me. So I'm going to point to a vision that was given to us by the Neighborhood Council Downtown Specific Plan Working Group, because they and others have said over time that I think that there's been a call in the community to have a circulator that does go out 5 miles, that goes farther out into the community and brings people into the downtown, and that it isn't just like the Tide Ride where it's taking people just around the downtown or maybe to some, other nearby areas. I know all the issues that are involved in making it happen, but I would just like to say that I'm throwing my support behind a circulator that goes through the neighborhoods, weaves through, and brings people with some more predictability and reaches more neighborhoods than the existing bus routes and is essentially serving residents.
And goes past Jen's house too.
Absolutely. Well, I actually really like the crosstown ride, but it just is so limited.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, and that goes right by my house. Yeah. Hold on one second. And then terminology, just remember, if it's called one thing on one page, use the same terminology, which, I've already said 100 times.
So, Commissioner Fresco, I think you're up.
I just wanted to throw out one more little idea, because you were talking about free parking passes and so forth, which not 100% sure I think is such a good idea.
I'm actually talking about free parking passes. I'm talking about some idea that breaks up the one size fits all and suits the way residents want to consume the downtown. It could be between 9 and 11:30 on a Thursday morning or a Wednesday morning, or in the morning we offer them something that's a little different to go into the parking structure.
Okay,
But it's just not free,
Right, but I just wanted to, it made me think of another idea, which is the idea of bus passes for certain populations, such as school kids. I know I had a bus pass when I was in middle school and in high school. So did you. I mean, things like that, and that would be a great way to get, huge populations of people who go to a particular place every day that are local residents to get on our transportation and out of our cars, and maybe there's a way to think about that.
Good idea. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering if we talked about the sidewalk on Wilshire before, and whether...
Last week?
Did we? I just don't know if staff...
We talked about it in the development standards, but it also lives in both sections because it's part of circulation. It's also part of our development standards.
Okay, so
Transit hub.
We have 10 minutes before two
I
key
know,
members of the commission go.
I want to get out of here, but...
So if you'd like to talk about it, now's your moment.
I think I have mixed feelings about it. Mm-hmm. I don't necessarily like the adjustment idea that was presented in the staff report of kind of splitting the widening to two sides of the street. I kind of feel like if we're going to widen the street, then it becomes more of an amenity if it's all consolidated onto one side. I guess I just wanted to clarify too, downtown Santa Monica's had a concern about it. Is this right? Because they're concerned about kind of maintenance and programming, that would fall to them, and that they don't want it to be...
Isn't that their job?
Unsuccessful? Is that the...
My sense was that I think that there's complexity around what types of programming they're able to do where, based on the classifications of certain roadways. So I think it bears a little bit more conversation, and we've reached out to them to kind of better understand how that works and what their concerns are, and if there's other ways to solve the problem. I think we need to do a little follow-up on that.
Okay. I mean, I guess I would say I like the idea of a widened sidewalk there. Maybe there's other kind of non-performance things that could be an attractor for people, like public art, like, I don't know, like, you know, some kind of historic something, you know, that kind of guides people. You know,
And we talked about that after the development centers meeting too, and Neil came up with a great rendering that shows that space with just maybe some pass, or maybe like a parklet type area that could be outdoor dining or something not as active, maybe just a nice walk with a place to sit. And there's different options for it, but like Francie said, it's going to take more discussion with Downtown Samarkand Inc. and figure out what it can be, and it doesn't have to be designed at this point. It's just if we can get buy off on the strategy in the future when we do, you know, try to get a grant or get the CIP budget to pay for this, we can start designing and work with our stakeholders then.
It just has to not extend the activity of downtown towards the residential neighborhood. That's the part that is a concern. We need to keep downtown in downtown.
Right.
I guess I would want to reiterate, I like what Amy said. I also think that as a user of the downtown, there's something nice about turning there and having kind of the quiet after the promenade.
Right.
And so that kind of a more passive use of a parklet or outdoor dining, or even if you could do outdoor dining on the other side of the sidewalk, you know, that would be a very kind of lively, but not so.
like in Montreal.
I've never been there.
It's exactly what they do in Montreal.
Well, there you go.
That was in the rendering that I was talking about.
I might just say one thing. There's been a debate about the dining on the curbside because there are liquor laws. If you want to sell liquor, you have to get. But there are plenty of cities in California that actually successfully do that. So there is a way to get around, you know, to have curbside.
Okay, well, I think that
But-
you're hearing that some people on this commission think that's a nicer idea than, you know, art stalls and mimes.
Anyone else want to chip in on the sidewalk? I do recall we did speak about this 2 weeks ago, and the one feature about that widened sidewalk on the south side of Wilshire is that it does connect into Ocean, it does connect into Forth, and it does disperse the promenade traffic out into other streets around the downtown, and that's a very powerful walking tool, pedestrian tool. So I do think it's a good idea in that sense. Are there others that have comments or thoughts on this chapter? Otherwise, we'll wrap for this evening. Please.
I don't have any on this chapter. I have some still bigger questions that we don't have to address tonight, but I want to tell you that I still don't understand. Even though now you've clarified it's going to be a resolution and not an ordinance,
Right.
I still don't know what the implications of that are exactly, and I don't understand then still how the appendix is going to work, and if it's going to be here or if it's going to go in the zoning code, and how this interacts with the zoning code, and I'm going to need a bigger conversation on that. I might be slower than my colleagues, so maybe
So
I
I
need to
think
spoken
what
to privately. But
Commissioner will do is that when this comes back in January, with red line, updated, rewritten, we will have a specific discussion about what will go into the downtown specific plan, what will not, what the implications are for zoning, heights, and every other issue about it.
Okay.
Mr. Page raised it tonight as a precursor.
And I also just want to mention, I did mention to staff earlier that I think that Tier 1 is potentially too big, that we could have a project that's too
Right.
much square footage without any oversight, and I understand that staff's already looking at that. But I just want everyone else to know that it's a concern of mine and that we've talked about it.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Well, now I'm not sure if it's in this section. But it did come up last time we talked about the POPs and about the structures that they're allowed to build, and it said that they could be 18 feet with, and I went to the mall, and that thing is not taller than 12 feet, the little restaurant that's there, and I just really think 18 feet is too tall, and seating on the roof of it is not the point. The idea is to activate the space
Right.
around it, and so
So we'll take that on notice.
Right.
Take
next
that
time.
on notice.
And Commissioner Kennedy?
I just wanted to add a comment. I don't know if I will have a measuring tape between now and then to actually go out there and look silly doing it, but I'd love to know what the floor-to-ceiling height is on that wonderful umami burger that's going to be coming in apparently to the 525 Broadway, which is downtown, and if it's an 18-foot floor-to-ceiling height, because we need to know these things.
It got its CUP earlier this evening.
Yep.
You weren't in the room. So,
Thanks.
Okay. So we'll take that on notice. We will now close tonight's downtown specific plan discussion, and it will be reopened at 6 o'clock on December the 2nd for an hour and a half. We will not have public comment that night, and then we will move on to the other regularly scheduled session of the Planning Commission. Yes, I know. I'm just listening to the mockers. Point 11, written communications. Do we have any? No. Future commission items, item 12. Nope. 13, public input. Nope. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.